Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
I think it's working. Oh yeah, it's working. We got you.
Testing, testing.
Can anyone on the Zoom link hear us? I just wanted to check our audio.
We can hear you.
We'll go ahead and get started soon.
Yeah, I did. So we'll pass them around. Good job. Look at him. Look at him. And they're exquisite. It says exquisite. Only the best. Only the best. And that was just saying, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I have one. One minute warning, folks. 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Yes. 30-second warning, folks. 30-second warning. Daniel, are you ready to go? You start talking. Good afternoon, everyone. And it is December 15th, 2022. The time is 3:06 p.m. We're kicking off the Benton County Talks Trash work group meeting for today. Welcome. The first thing we're going to do is go around the room and have you all just briefly introduce yourself, with one exception, that being our new member will have more time. And that way Millie can take the attendance for the day. So we'll start over at my left.
Hey, Williams, planner.
Hello, Daniel Reddick, Solid Waste and Water Quality Program Coordinator with Benton County. Hello, Sean McGuire with Benton County and the Sustainability Program.
Catherine Revolve around City Courthouse.
Sean Evans with Republic Services.
Ed Kuturo, President.
Don Duell, Oregon State University, Materials Management and Citizen of Law.
Chuck Gilbert, member of Benton County. Now I work for my wife.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Because you are our newest member, you get to give us a little bit of background so we can appreciate something about you that we don't otherwise know.
Born in 1950, flashed right up to the future here. Really is, I got married, I talked to my wife, she said I should go to work after I'm married, so I started on the railroad as a laborer and then worked up to the division offices in Portland and worked all the way from Portland to Redding, California, then transferred to Los Angeles. So that was an interesting trip down there. And then came back to Oregon, working for Portland Western Railroad short time. And then also then worked for ODOT Rail for 10 years, inspection facilities and stuff. So just a railroad at heart, but I should be a member of Benton County.
Well, welcome. Thank you.
Sir.
Next.
I'm Mary Parmigiani, I'm a student at the Mouse High School. Liz Irish, Benton County Planning Commission.
Brian May, Marion County Environmental Services.
Brian Fuller, Oregon DEQ.
Audrey O'Brien, Oregon DEQ. And I'm Amelia Wild, I work for Sam.
And Sam Ripperati, the facilitator, and we have our newest member just joined, not new to the table. Please introduce yourself, please.
Louisa Shelby.
And we also have introduction, name.
Shane Sanderson with Lynn County.
We'll welcome all of you. See if there's anyone. Is there any member of the work group appearing virtually? If so, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
So good afternoon, everyone. Catherine Bisco, and I am a Benton County resident living in Philomath.
Thank you. Anyone else on the call that's on BCTT? Hearing and seeing none. I'll then go to the audience for introductions. Start over here.
Greg Barrett, Deputy Director.
Jack Clement, Council for Services. Quality Development.
Ian Wise, Benton County Commissioner and Sheriff.
Jared Nichols, Development Director for Benton County.
Mark.
Mark Gator, Benton County resident and member of the Solid Waste Advisory Council.
Welcome. And for those of you on the call who would like to introduce yourself, feel free to unmute yourself and in alphabetical order by your first name as it appears on the screen. Go out so we're not all talking at the same time.
Camille Hall, North Benton County resident. Tom Hughes, Soap Creek Valley resident.
Anyone else?
Debbie Palmer, Soap Creek Valley resident.
Vance Crony, County Council.
Ken
Last call.
Eklund, Benton County resident, and I'm on the Solid Waste Advisory Council.
Welcome.
And Philip Schmidt-Potman from the Institute for Energy and Resource Management.
Great.
Rob Thompson, Thompson Sanitary Service in Newport.
Thank you.
Ian McNabb with Republic Services.
Great.
Julie Jackson with Republic Services.
Welcome.
Kate Harris, Soap Creek Valley.
Welcome. Well, it looks like, because I can't see all your pictures on the minimized screen here, if it's, I'll give one last call and we'll move on past introductions. All right, hearing and seeing none, welcome everyone. The agenda is jam-packed. It will do the usual ministerial things at the beginning, reviewing the agenda, approving minutes from our last meeting in the open houses, talking about anything related to the meeting 5 evaluations. We'll then have our public comment period. And then the bulk of the meeting are really the back and forth between each of the individual subcommittees and the work group members at large. As you know, the subcommittees have been up and running for some time. Their work progress has been noted on the BCTT websites. You could follow along. We are now at a point where they have some draft work products, some concepts, some preliminary findings that they will sit down and explain to you. There'll be one or more spokespersons for each subcommittee. They will have a presentation for you. There's a handout in some places, and then they'll engage you in a conversation so we can set the stage for next steps. So the order is capacity, community education, past CUP conditions, legal issues, and the SMMP, the Sustainable Materials Management Plan. There are several people on the work group or members of the community that are part of the subcommittees whose schedules are challenging tonight, so that we might have to call some audibles on some of these events, but right now that's the order that they're going to appear. That was designed to ensure that most people can have their spokesperson ready to go. And then we'll talk about the updated work plan and next steps over the holidays and through March of next year, when this process is designed to complete itself. I won't go over the participant and public comment instructions because you're all experts at that. Before we begin the public comment period, is there any member of the work group that wants to make a comment, general comment to the work group? And I'm looking, Marge, perhaps inadvertently at you, because you had that one handout you wanted me to hand out and you were going to explain.
Oh, right, okay, so I think it's the last sheet of paper here, which is 2 spreadsheets. One shows coffee bean intake from 1993 to 2021, and the projected lifespan from the PRC reports, and as well the tonnage that comes from Benton, Polk, Marion, and Lane, the counties surrounding Benton County, and what percentage that is each of of a few selected years. And also shows the franchise revenue that Benton County received over the last 20 years. So it also shows the average tons that were received from 2017 to 2021, which is 979,000 tons. And the average tons from 2007 to 2016, by contrast, were 507, approximately 508,000 tons. And from 93 to 2006, 434,000. So it went up a lot after 2016. The other side shows a spreadsheet that shows for each of the participating counties, and although like 30 counties participate in the intake to Coffin View, there's only 12 or 13 that have a significant impact. And the spreadsheet shows the number of tons received for the last, in some significant years. It shows the tons received in 2000, then the tons received in 2016, and the tons received in 2017, where a big jump occurred that year. Then 2018, 2019, 2020 are shown as well. Then it shows the percentage of tons received in 2000, contrasting to the number of tons received in 2020, and the increase from 2000 to 2020, and the increase from 2016 to 2017. So you can see that there's a significant increase. You can see that Washington County increased a lot, but it's only contributes 9% to the total. So it looks like Marion County, which contributes 21% to the total, had a 300% increase. Lane County did as well, but their total participation is only 4%. So I was just trying to show what the picture was across counties and across time as to what the composition of intake to Coffin View was. So any questions? I'll be happy to try to answer.
Thanks, Mark. We're going to do public comment next. I do want to note that Ginger Richardson from Republic is now joining us as a work group member for purposes of the attendance. Let's look first to the room. Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to give a public comment? Hearing and seeing none, I'll turn to the screen and ask you if you could just raise your hand and keep it up in the prompt so I know how many people we have present, then I can allocate the time accordingly. So far I have Camille and Debbie Palmer and Rob Thompson. Last call for public comment. Oh, yes, and Brian wants to make a comment, so we'll save you, that sounds good, if you don't mind. All right, so here's the order. I saw them correctly or incorrectly. I saw Camille, I saw Debbie, I said Tom, and then I saw Kate. So Camille, why don't you come on board, introduce yourself, and take it away. I'm sorry, Camille, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm Camille Hall, and I'm a Benton County resident. And I am saddened and very discouraged by the news that the Benton County Board of Commissioners yet again voted to remove a public member. First Nancy Whitmore and now Joel Geyer. Both of them are committed and conscientious members of the group. Both filled positions representing not only Benton County residents, but individually. They offered professional expertise in land use planning, soil and water hydrology, and years of experience on the Benton County Planning Commission, Solid Waste Advisory Council, and state mandated Disposal Site Advisory Council. Their expertise was very helpful, especially to public members of the work group. The county has embarked on an incredibly important and complex process to untangle the threads that have set the county on a forced path of reacting to multiple fragmented contractual cycles that do not allow the county to adequately manage the 2,500 tons of waste that are deposited at Coffin Butte every day, over 1 million tons a year. This work group process is an important attempt to involve knowledgeable citizen volunteers alongside the county and Republic Services staff in the process of making a cohesive plan that will, over time, allow the county and Coffin Butte to better manage the increasing tonnage from more than 20 Oregon counties and from other states. The timeline is very short to have an impact on Benton County's future as the home of a major regional landfill. I understand from newspaper coverage that Mr. Geyer and Ms. Whitcomb had expressed frustration with the process to the facilitator, to county staff, and to the commissioners. Both members were collegial, cooperative, and provided substantive contributions during the workgroup meetings. I am dismayed and saddened that the facilitator and the commissioners weren't broad-shouldered enough to take the criticism these members offered to them outside of workgroup meetings and to allow these members to continue providing valuable expertise and an important public voice to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. The queue now is Debbie, Tom, and Kate. Debbie Palmer, please.
Hi there, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have a comment, I just had a quick question actually. And I was just wondering who in the end is the ultimate person or persons that will be writing the request for proposal for the solid materials management plan or sustainable materials management plan when that comes up. I know the work group isn't writing it. I know the subcommittee isn't writing it. They're providing guidance, but I was just curious, you know, who in the end will actually be putting together the RFP that's going to go out.
I'm going to call on Darren Nichols to answer that. And as
Okay.
you come a little closer to the owl.
Thank you.
Hi, Debbie. Thank you for asking the question. I'm not going to answer directly because I don't know for sure. But it will be a staff team internally originally. We'll put together a draft RFP. And I believe if it's appropriate, we may ask the board and or a subset of the remaining work groups to take a look at that if anyone's interested. So it's in our interest to get it right and for the RFP to be consistent with the work group's recommendations and the board's response to those recommendations. So I think a little bit of that is to be determined. We've got a couple of draft RFPs from other counties who've successfully completed sustainable material management plans. So we're looking at those to see what we might glean from that, and then we'll draft ours as a team here initially, and then share that with the public through the board process.
Thank you, Darren. Tom, you're up next, followed by Tom Hughes by Kate Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Just fine. Thank you, sir.
My name is Tom Hughes. I've lived in Benton County since 1974. And I just have one question and one comment. The comment is that I second Camille's statement, and I am also extremely disappointed in the facilitator and the county for removing the representatives of the neighborhood. The question is, how does having the second biggest landfill in Oregon align with Benton County's values? And thank you very much for your time and for all the work you've done.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Kate Harris. Kate?
Hello, thank you for taking the time to be involved in this process and to spend the time to take our input. So appreciate your efforts. And I know it can, a lot of frustrations can come your way, but we appreciate everybody's time and energy on this process. To reiterate, I live in the Soap Creek Valley. And so I am a neighbor, but I also have 3 children that attend school in Adair Village. There are thousands of children, thousands of people between the school, both children and staff that are here daily, in addition to all of the residents. And the Adair Village water source is through Hyack Park in the Willamette, downstream of the Corvallis treatment plant. And so in the past, we've discussed things like PFAS and other contaminants that are in the runoff from the landfill. And not all of them are even tracked by DEQ. And so wondering if there's a plan or discussion of the continued contaminants that are being taken to the Corvallis wastewater treatment plant, how they're being filtered out. Are they being tested for? Last, my understanding was that we aren't even testing for PFAS. And so how can we ensure the safety of the water that's being pulled from Hyack Park for the residents and the students attending in Adair Village? And if there's discussion through this process of how we can ensure safety of that, and for anyone else downstream, Albany, all the way up to Portland and beyond. So we are putting unknown contaminants into the river that aren't treatable with just chlorine. And so what is the filtration process? Has that been looked at for the continued safety? So not just the potential, we know that, earthquake is a potential problem, fires at the landfill are a potential problem. The air quality is an ongoing problem that is beginning to be tracked to some extent, but the wastewater is an ongoing daily input to our system, and wondering if we're doing due diligence in terms of what's being put in and then what's being ingested by our residents. So that would be my main question. And hoping that the focus can continue to be on strategies for minimizing our landfill need, and how we can work with a solid waste planning as opposed to just planning for how we can expand the landfill, but how we can continue to move waste storage to drier climates that are further away from inhabitants, and to a drier climate so we have less of the issue of contamination of drinking water. Thank you very much for your time and efforts.
Thank you very much. Last call for members appearing virtually for public comment. Any other members on the screen?
This is Rob Thompson. I had raised my hand originally.
Please, I'll call on you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm Rob Thompson from Newport, Oregon. I'm a 3rd generation family garbage business. We provide residential and commercial garbage recycling and mixed compostable services to the citizens of Newport and the immediate surrounding county residents. I wanted to call in today and just share my concerns with some of the things that might happen, with the closure of Coffin Butte, and not only the safety aspect of additional trucking for our company to get the material to the landfill, wear and tear on the taxpayer roads in Oregon, but also the increased emissions from our trucks that we use to get that material to a different landfill at a much greater distance. We have an illegal dumping problem in Lincoln County. Our citizenship has a challenge in that regard. And I believe that while I don't want to have this sound like it's just a rate making problem, when Agate Beach landfill in Newport closed, our rates went up 35%. I would expect with the small amount of tons that we haul, that would be really consistent with our challenges going forward. And that would make our services probably unaffordable for a lot of our citizens, which would contribute to additional dumping in our forests, in our cities, even in and around our commercial businesses for theft of service. So while I would love to recycle everything, and we work really, really hard in our city to do that, landfills are a beneficial and necessary tool in the overall solid waste system. And I believe that while I understand why Agate Beach was closed back in the early 90s, the water quality and air controls that we have nowadays are light years ahead of where we were back then. And we simply cannot just move this to someone else's location. It's going to have to go somewhere. And I think Republic has been a good partner in that, good partner for us. And they have experts in their fields to control and monitor those situations. So be happy to answer any questions. And you can find me in Newport at my office, Thompson Sanitary Service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last call for folks online. Going once, twice. Thank you so much for your participation. Last call, anyone in the audience? I have Mars and I got a call on Brian. So yes.
I would like to say that I am also disappointed that Joel and Nancy were removed from the work group. They were the only neighbors who were ever a part of this work group. And they were hardworking and they contributed significant expertise in both their fields to this process. I will stipulate that they were sometimes irritating and that they challenged authority. But I'm disappointed that their positive qualities did not outweigh this.
Thank you. Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know this will be my last meeting. I'm leaving DQ at the end of the year, and Audrey O'Brien here will be taking my place as a representative.
And Audrey, a little introduction and background for the group.
Hello, everybody. I apologize for being a couple minutes late coming in. My name is Audrey O'Brien. I am a manager in our Portland office with responsibilities for the 6 Northwest counties. So Brian has asked that I have the similar responsibilities that Brian does. And Brian asked for me to continue providing DQ's perspective to this work group. And I'm very excited and happy to be here and see all of you and meet all of you and learn about what this work group is focusing on and provide DQ's information as requested.
Welcome and thank you. And Brian, we thank you for your service here and we wish you a happy retirement. And feel free to come for dinner at 5 o'clock at the time of the meetings. We'll keep an extra plate.
Comments from the peanut gallery.
That would be just great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I cannot fill Brian's shoes. I will bring a slightly different perspective and I will miss Brian dearly.
No problem. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, let's move on to the subcommittee reports. And first up is the landfill capacity longevity program. We have 2 co-presenters here. One is Paul Neifeld. And Paul, maybe if you could come sit between these 2 gentlemen here so the owl can pick you up. And I think Ginger, who's had a nightmare plane ride, is up on the screen to do a tag team. I'm going to step back so you can see the screen and look at Paul and Ginger. Take it away, please.
Great. Daniel, is there any way that we can get Ginger's image up there so I can watch her reaction as I'm talking? There we go. All
Paul,
right.
you're saying I don't have a poker face?
Well, we're sharing this responsibility, and so we're both free to speak up. We have different points of view. Obviously, I'm a neighbor and have stated position on what I'd like to see going forward, and she obviously works for Republic. So There are different perspectives here. What I'd like to do is go through our working document. And as I do, I have some challenges for this work group. I'm likely to be thinking about the following points as I go through it. Number one, does this work that we're doing and the document that we're working on generally align with what your expectations are for our group? And I'll go into what our charge is as part of this document. So just be thinking about, is this what you expected from this group? Number two is, are there specific areas of the document that need more detail or work that needs more detail or focus? And number three is there expected coverage that we're not addressing? In other words, are there topics or aspects of our charge that you don't think we're paying sufficient attention to? So those are the things I'd like to have you keep in mind as we go through this. And what I'd like to do is just step through this document. This is warts and all. It's a working document, so there are plenty of errors and bugs. Certainly many of them are mine, typos, etc. in this document, but I thought it might be helpful for us to just step through it so that you could get an idea, a snapshot in time of what this group is up to and what our document is starting to look like. Does that sound okay? Perfect. All right, Ginger, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you. I think you're being a little bit modest because you have done the yeoman's portion of the work on this. We wouldn't even have this much to share without Paul really providing us with the a start of an outline and then starting to flesh it out through each section. So I think our goal here was to not, Paul and I agreed in advance that we were not going to debate necessarily differences of opinion. We're going to still try to work through those and reach consensus within the subcommittee meetings itself. We may note where we haven't reached consensus on things, but we don't want to get into a protracted debate here. We really want to leave enough time in our presentation to hear from the other members of the work group about the direction in which we're going, as Paul said, and areas where we should consider additional topics and whatnot. So.
All right. So first of all, in the working document, I've got a section called background, and this basically just establishes our charter. So subsection A, and then little paragraph I here is really the work group charter and bylaws extraction, and our charge comes out of that. And the subcommittee A1 charge there at the bottom of this page, you can scroll a little bit. Daniel, you're driving, right? Yeah. Oh, he's driving. Okay, thank you. So our charge specifically was chronological history of key coffee beet landfill topics, size, specific locations, and assumptions. And two of those sound fairly nebulous, so we've done a little interpretation of what those mean. Size, I think, is fairly straightforward. We interpret that, by the way, to mean the landfill geographic footprint as well as the size of the debris pile, if you will, the volume of the landfill. Specific locations we've interpreted to mean basically things like cell definitions and which tax lots are deemed zoned for landfill site and which are not, the boundaries of the landfill, things like that. And then assumptions, I think this originally arose out of the facilitator's interpretation of a presentation I did back in September, which is I had a chart up that listed the landfill inflow volume for about the past 20 years or so, 20 or 30. And he was making the point that we need to understand what assumptions go behind some of these things where you extrapolate from that inflow and predict life. So what we've interpreted this assumptions charge to mean is the projection of the remaining operational life of the landfill. How long will it continue to be able to take waste from an operational standpoint? And what assumptions underlie that projection? So from a 90-foot view here, 90,000-foot view, what we are up to is mostly documentation, a history of the size, a snapshot of the current size, cell definition, and things like that. Those are fairly non-controversial and can be extracted from public records generally, and are really kind of non-debatable. It's really documenting what the state of the landfill has been and what it is now. The forward projection is where things get interesting, and that is a calculation primarily depending on the folks at Republic Services, frankly, because they're the subject matter experts, to give us an estimate based on projected inflows of when the landfill will be full, when it will no longer be able to take input. So that's our charge. And the next section of this document is just as common terms. We talked a little bit about what disposal site and regional disposal site means, just to kind of get that in the record. You guys could scroll down the bottom of that page. The composition, the membership composition of this group is basically 3 folks from Republic Services, 3 folks that are members of SWAC and also community members. 3 people from county governments are represented from Benton County, Marion, and Lynn County. So we've got a pretty heavy representation of local governments here. And then me, the kind of the private citizen member. That's our group. So the document is organized basically with sections that correspond to the numbers of our charge. So it's pretty easy. There's section 1 that talks about landfill size. And then section 2 will talk about specific locations. And then section 3 is really, to me, the interesting part, which is future operational landfill lifetime projections. Any questions so far? Is this going to work for you guys? I mean, it's kind of a detailed view into what we're doing, but I hope it's valuable. And
I think it's exactly what we need, because from behind these subcommittees have been working now outside of the full work group. So this meeting was designed so that doing exactly what you're doing here. So from my perspective, please carry on the same way.
I would encourage that as I'm going along, I tend to plow forward, but if anybody has a question or a comment, please let them know.
Did we get any written material that we could follow along with?
So we have a couple binders that are available. I think they're both going around.
Right?
Yeah, it's just a longer document, so we didn't want to print out a couple thousand pages worth.
And they're all on the website. So the afternoon email from Daniel, while I was in transit, has the links to each of these documents. For members on the computer as well.
Yeah, our working doc, this is what we call the V3 doc. So there's right on the first page is error number 1, if you will, which is called revision 2. This is actually V3 as it's labeled on the website. So there's clarification there. So diving right into landfill size, when I kind of did the skeleton of this document, I've interpreted this as meaning a documentation of the physical real estate footprint. How much area, how much land does the landfill own, VLI, Valley Landfills Inc., and what's the current footprint, and what's the size of the actual landfill itself. So in terms of the physical real estate footprint, I know part of our charge, and it seemed like a significant part, was to document history. And I understand there's a separate group here that's going to do an all-encompassing history. But just to be clear, our group is going to dive down, drill down on the history as it relates to the specific points of our charge. So in terms of the physical real estate footprint, what we expect to show here, and I just put a little stake in the ground from the 2002 memorandum of understanding that was done between Benton County and DLI at the time. That's a nice little stake in the ground. Another good reference point would probably be the 1983 zoning change where the landfill site zones were actually implemented. We may end up with some images in here of the real estate footprint over time, as it's progressed over time. And this is where I will take just a second to note that this is one of the areas, even though it's pretty cut and dried and well documented, there may be different perspectives in how that's viewed. One way to view a growing size of the real estate footprint is, oh, that's good because now there's more buffer around the landfill. So that's buffer space, which can be considered good. Another way that might be perceived though, and this is shared by some of the neighbors, I will say it's shared by me to some extent, is as this thing grows, it's consuming what formerly were R10 lots, household properties, little, small houses with maybe little farms on them, things like that. And so that may be a different perspective on what the growth means. So what Ginger and the subcommittee, I think, have agreed to do is as we go through these areas, even though they're fairly cut and dry and fairly objective, we will try to put in this document, to the extent that it's feasible, the different perspectives that we're aware of in terms of interpretations of some of these facts that we're documenting. Does that make sense? All right, down toward the bottom here, in addition to the footprint, I've already talked about disposal capacity, and this little chart is an starting attempt. This is all a work in progress here of documenting the permitted size of the landfill. So one revelation to me as a private citizen, not knowing really how these things work, was I thought permitted size would be pretty much defined when a permit was granted for a certain lot, a certain area of land to be used for landfill. But I think the reality, as I understand it, is the land is permitted to be used for disposal, and then engineering work has to be done by the operator to determine what slope how they can fit into the trains, what slopes are used in filling in the landfill, and then the final actual permitted space calculation comes out. Ginger, is that a fair interpretation of the process?
I think that's fair. I'm going to ask Ian McNabb, who's on the line, to jump in if he hears something that doesn't jive, since he's the actual engineering brains part of our operations. So
yeah, I would agree that sounds generally correct on how it works.
So I know there's been some confusion in the past, and I've shared it personally, in that you kind of see the permitted space sometimes increases and sometimes it's not necessarily known when you think it should be known earlier in the process. And also it tends to bump around a little bit. And so I think those factors are explained by the way that the permitted space is actually defined to be used through these engineering calculations, and also has to do with how the volumes fill in as they go along. So I just know that this was a question in the past about why the total permitted space tended to kind of modulate around a little bit. And we will attempt to address that in this document. Anything else here? Yeah, clearly this table is just a start. We will fill it out and we'll bring it up to date to be consistent with the 2022 estimated capacity that we'll be dealing with later. So one of the things that I think we kind of owe our reading audience here is some images, some plots of, and I'll get to the intake plot in a second. This is a plot of reported airspace in the available airspace over time. I hope everybody by now understands the term airspace. This is the volume that remains in the designed landfill, essentially, that remains to be filled in. So that's what we mean by airspace. So this is almost like an inverse gold mine in a way. The airspace is where the potential future value still lies for the franchisee. And the ability to fill that up is essentially what they are permitted to do through the official process. So this plot, again, the top line in red kind of shows the reported airspace. The total permitted airspace is in red, and you can see it does kind of modulate around a little bit, but I think we can explain all that. And then the blue line shows how that has decreased over time. And as you can see, we're a bit less than half in terms of having filled the available permitted airspace at the current point. So there's a lot of permitted airspace yet to be used. We've used a lot and we have, roughly 40% of the total or so left. I'll have to run the math on that, but we're trying to just give the reader a perspective here of where we're at in terms of filling up the landfill.
Paul, I mean,
Yeah.
it is probably important to point out here for context that some of that existing, or a good chunk of that existing airspace is currently filled with rock.
Yeah, that's our next little section here, and this is kind of the first sticky wicket. This topic that Ginger's talked about here is the fact that there is now kind of a sequencing problem at the landfill. And in fact, this was stated as the factor, if I remember correctly, that drove the LU 21047 request for the permit. And this problem is currently they're filling cell 5. So as you drive by the landfill and look at the mountain there, they're working on filling up the remainder of cell 5. The next place that the landfill will move to in terms of the infill will be the old quarry site, which if every time you drive by a landfill, it's pretty obvious. There's a giant excavation there where the quarry's been operating for decades. And that is where the next cell will go. The short-term problem, as I understand it, and please, Republic, if I'm misstating, everybody jump in and correct me, is that given the current intake rate, we're expected to fill cell 5 before the quarry has excavated all that is expected to be done, all that is needed to be done by the franchisee to fill cell 6. So they can't start filling cell 6 until that excavation is done. So
Paul,
kind of a sequence of
I would say that it's actually a twofold issue, and I'm sure Sean and Ian can come and correct anything I'm saying, but it's a huge part, as you just said, is obviously getting the rock out of the quarry. The other issue is, if we're looking at an empty quarry, that's great, but we can't just start putting waste there, right? So once the rock is excavated, then we actually have to start building the environmentally safe landfill cell, which requires liners and, groundwater monitoring and all of the things that go into making this a sophisticated disposal site. And so that construction and that permitting also takes time. So it's a twofold problem. You have to get the rock out first, and then you actually have to have time to construct a safe disposal site.
Things that's happened just in the course of our subcommittee work is Republic Services has begun working with Knife River and Benton County. This is their statement here in terms of a proposed edit to this document regarding necessary permitting and steps to begin excavation of the quarry. So this is what Sam tends to call the acceleration of the quarry, or that type of thing. So that again is a work in progress. This is just a snapshot in time of where we're at. It's a dynamic situation right now, and we'll update the document as we go along with new information. If you could advance to the next page, we'll talk a little bit about this chart. I've showed this chart to this group before. Bill Broman and I went through the data, and so this has been updated with agreed upon data from the Hoffman Butte Andrew reports. And I don't think that needs much additional explanation. Except here's a point that I raised early on. This is back in September. As you can see, there's a huge jump from 2016 to 2017. And I think this is this kind of relates to Margie's question here as well, which is why did that happen, and will it be sustained? The guidance from Republic Services is that this increase is due primarily to the diversion of waste from Riverbend landfill, and also rapid population growth in the Willamette Valley in Western Oregon. We may drill down on that, especially if the work group thinks that that's an area that we should investigate further.
Well, you can look at the county spreadsheet and you can see what the actual case is.
Yeah. Yeah, so,
There's a point that there is a document that's memorandum of understanding that's 2016.
correct.
That says the lines are going to go up.
Yep. Yeah, I thank you very much for pointing that out. So that was one of my original questions when I presented this chart. Hopefully I referenced that in here. There definitely was, oh yeah, so point number 2, yeah, if you scroll down to the comments and discussion on this is probably a little fine for most of you guys to read. But there was a memorandum of understanding. Valley Landfills came to Benton County in late 2016 and basically got permission to increase the flow. You'll notice that on the chart that's up above, it exceeds that dash or that dotted blue line, and the dotted blue line was the intake tonnage cap at the time from the 2000 franchise agreement. But they did get permission to do that for 1 to 2 years.
I've been stuck in these little words. It doesn't give permission, it acknowledges.
Let's see.
You're gonna go to the exact document.
Okay.
You're doing as a subcommittee.
Okay.
So again, it's nuanced. So as you get through these layers of things, it's pretty important to look at the source document.
So that was simply an acknowledgement of the reality as opposed to permission.
Exactly.
Okay. So anyway, more details yet. It sounds like your subcommittee is really going to drill down on the
We're
legalities.
overlapping. No, we're overlapping so much. I'm glad you're going first, because when we get to it, we'll start to see how everything really starts meshing together, just as Sam promised.
All right. Okay. Fair point there. That was an act, not a permission. Right?
For 1 to 2 years.
Yeah, for 1 to 2 years. Correct. Yeah, the MOU at the time in 2016, late 2016, December, I think it was, anticipated that bump in intake volume would last 1 or 2 years. Clearly, from the plot, things have jumped up and they stayed up largely. All right, if you would proceed down, so there's some more discussion here. I've got a typo here. The slow downward trend in intake volume in the 2007 to 2012 period, not the 2017 to 2012 period, was attributed by the franchisee to the economic downturn of 2008. And I will say, as a private citizen coming into this, it's been educational and interesting and helpful to understand from the subject matter experts, the franchisees themselves, why some of these mysterious things happen and how they see explanations for things that from the outside look a little puzzling. This was one, and it certainly sounds logical, reasonable, and so that's why that line kind of trended down for a while and then also jumped up later. There is a request here by Republic Services to revise previous point before to effectively say that the 2020 landfill franchise agreement states that the total tonnage deposited for the landfill shall not exceed 1.1 million tons per calendar year until expansion was fully permitted onto the expansion parcel. So that's a good point, and I should have noted in the chart above, the 1.1 million tons a year is the cap that's currently in place based on the 2020 franchise agreement. And as you will find out later when we get to section 3 of this document, that is basically the volume that the franchisee is telling us they expect to run for the foreseeable future. So that's kind of an interesting point there. Just to kind of rush through the last of this, we may end up with plots of the long-term intake volume. If the work group thinks that it would be helpful to have a longer-term picture instead of just going back, 20 to 30 years, we could go all the way back to basically the 1980s if we needed to. I think data gets a little fuzzy and it gets a little hard to pin down, but we could make an attempt at that if it would be deemed useful. And then the landfill structure, this is fairly detailed here. A lot of this detail was provided by the franchisee. Yeah, if you scroll down to the plot, This plot was provided through Ian from the franchisee, and so this is a nice detailed view. It's kind of a current snapshot of the landfill in terms of what cells are active, what area is actually zoned landfill site, what the constraints, the geographic, topological constraints are for them to deal with. So there's some really good detail in this drawing. If you're inclined to want to see this level of information, it will be in this report. Okay, next is again some more detail. This one actually talks a little bit about when certain cells were closed. So you can see the open versus closed cells here. Is that making sense, Marge? Are you looking at the drawing? Okay. So this is kind of the level of detail that we are expecting to provide in this document. So please chime in if you think that this is not appropriate or if you have any questions. Okay. So, yes, sir.
You mentioned that your volume curves in your airspace. What happens if you don't do the excavation?
Well, that's a good question. We'll get to that section.
Okay.
That's a sticking point that we will deal with when we try to project the landfill life. That's in section 3. Okay. So here we are at specific locations. So here we try to kind of outline the geographic overview and provide a little bit of history. Scroll down a little bit more there. But I'm thinking this is from the 1983 rezoning. This was the plot that was originally proposed. You can see that one section that sticks up in the middle. That was actually not all permitted, reassigned as landfill site. There was some pushback from neighbors that were really objecting to zoning on the north side of the Coffin Butte Crest there. So the top part of that flag did not turn out to be landfill site. But I think what we will try to do here is just provide a little historic recap of how the landfill site property came to be in terms of the zoning and the history there on that one. The next plot is basically a repeat with a little bit of updated detail. This is from I believe, the 2002 Memorandum of Understanding. And so the blue cells are the landfill site zone, and the yellow cell is landfill site zoned, but itemized or identified as non-disposal area. So that's currently where you can see there's some support material there. There's the offices, et cetera, are used there. So that's landfill site, but non-disposal area currently. And then the red are other properties that are owned by VLI. Yes?
Are those properties in red owned by VLI or are they owned by Republic Services?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the complete answer
I
to
believe
that.
they're owned by Republic Services.
Okay.
Ginger, Ian, do you know?
I'm sorry, my audio is a little out, so I was unable to hear the question. Marge, would you mind repeating that?
I believe that most of the areas that are shown in red, the areas surrounding the landfill zone sites, are owned by Republic Services, not VLI.
Not Bureau
Not
of
Valley Landfills, but by Republic Services. That's according to the county records.
Ian, are you
Yeah,
able to?
I'm not sure who is listed as the owner on any of those.
Right. Clearly, that's something we need to identify.
We can definitely look into it though, Marge. I'll flag it.
Okay, so that's kind of what we're intending to do in this section, is just identify, provide the history and the current snapshot of the actual lots, the tax lots essentially, and what they're
And you can
under.
go into the county documents and you can see each tax lot.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
What year is this map from?
I believe think this one is from the 2002 Memorandum of Understanding. And how that came about is an interesting, just a tidbit of history that I think it would be helpful for you guys to be aware of. What's happened over time, the landfill started off, of course, with Camp Aguirre. Then it was privately owned for, I think, several decades. Valley Landfills Inc. was formed. Meanwhile, the county government officials, of course, are rotating through because they lose elections or they move on. And so there's a lot of churn involved. And I believe it was 2002 that everybody got together and said, we should refresh some basic facts about the landfill, and let's write this up in a memorandum of understanding and document that. And I believe that's what this one's from. So it's fairly old. It's 20 years old. We will certainly put in a current snapshot if that's where we're headed, and that's a fair suggestion. Noted. Okay, so that's sort of the entirety of section 2 right now. Here's where we get to what I think of as the good stuff. This is where we get the crystal ball out, and actually, that sounds flippant. It's not a flippant process. It's a very serious process in terms of trying to understand and extrapolate forward from the history, both in terms of intake and the density that they managed to achieve in the landfill. Density is an important factor. Do people understand what's going on here? Or do you want me to take a second and talk about that? We should probably talk about it in the document for sure. So I'll cover this anyway, because it's a little bit tricky, just for those that may be unsure. The intake to the landfill is measured on a scale, so it's measured by weight. But permitted space is defined in terms of volume, cubic yards. So tons go in and they fill up cubic yards. And so the packing density that the franchisee can achieve is important. The denser they can pack it, the more tons they get per cubic yard. The most recent numbers that I believe are relevant are somewhere in 0.9 to 1.0 tons per cubic yard type of figure. And what this means is, as the density goes up for a given intake rate and a certain amount of permitted space, the landfill will last longer. So that's why density is an important factor. That's one of the assumptions we have to make in terms of projecting forward for the expected landfill life. So this section has been contributed entirely by Republic Services, because once again, they are the subject matter experts here. You know, folks on the outside can guess all we want, but they have the best informed guess of anybody. And so Ian has provided the scenario 1 and scenario 2 table. And so this is a first glimpse for everybody in terms of addressing the big question of how long will the landfill last? And the current estimate here is it's somewhere around 14.5 to 15 years to 16 years at these two volumes. And basically you'll note that the franchisee expects to run pretty much at the intake cap. Both of these numbers are either literally the 1.1 million tons per year, or just 10% less than that, slightly 9% less. And so if you remember on the intake volume plot, it kind of moseyed around. We took a big step up in 2016 to 17 and it stayed pretty high, and it's kind of drifting up towards the cap, the intake maximum rate. And the understanding from the franchisee is we should basically expect that to run at the cap for the remainder of the landfill life. Any comments on that, Ginger?
No, I think that's an accurate assessment of what we're projecting at this point.
Okay, so I know that a lot of the reading audience and even some of the commissioners, I think, were very curious about the answer to the question of how long will the landfill last in its current permitted space. And so here we have a first pass at an answer, and my sense is from the discussions we've had in the subcommittee that I think the franchisee is pretty comfortable with this answer as a stake in the ground. There are a lot of caveats though, and we will discuss those in kind of the next section if you roll down here. And this is all a work in
Paul,
progress.
before you do, I want to make sure that we don't have a flyby here on that last chart.
Okay.
And are these projections that basically are 14.5 to 16, including the airspace in the core?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
They're based on the assumption that this is, the new cell 6
Yes.
comes online and gets built. So I just want to make sure we're not having a flyby.
Right, okay.
Not that you misspoke, it's a nuance that we have to keep emphasizing.
Right, that's absolutely true. And so somewhere in here, we probably have to go back and readdress this, what I think of now as a sequencing problem in terms of the transition from cell 5 to cell 6. And we haven't drilled down on that in this section because it's very much a work in progress, as I understand from the franchisee. But yes, these numbers are assuming that they get all of cell 6 that they expect to get, as opposed to the percentage. It's a high percentage, but it's not 100% that's currently in air. The rest is in rock. And the rock needs to go out somewhere or another. And that's the ongoing discussion between the public and Knife River and Benton County. Yes, Brent.
Paul, did your group look at when does cell 5 fill up and what's the remaining?
Yeah, I'm sure
When
Ian
do
and
they
the
each go
public
into?
know that. And I have not documented in the report yet, so that's probably, we should probably flag that.
I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah,
No,
will do.
and then as I recall, and of course the public can clarify, is that there is some portion of the quarry that work can start now, preparing it for additional solid waste. Ginger, Ian, is there some portion of the quarry, the easternmost portion of the quarry that has?
Yes, there is the easternmost portion that we're looking at potentially preparing sooner than the entire site.
I don't know that it's accurate to say that it's ready now, though. That's not.
No.
And so just clarification on that, I think it would be helpful for the broader community and decision makers to know that, as time marches on, the best predictions are that portion of the quarry, first, here's its current state. What needs to happen next are A, B, and C, the preparation steps. They're likely to be completed by X date. Therefore, material can be deposited there, a month after, or whatever the facts turn out to be, so it's clear. All right, Paul, continue.
Hey, how are we doing on time?
Let me get my magic watch. You have 9 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So in subsection B here, we talk about kind of the underlying assumptions and some of the complications behind that might impact this life. One of them is the quarry sequencing problem. So we'll drill down into those types of things here to try to really clearly provide the context for all the assumptions and the possible perturbations that have gone into this projection. And then in paragraph C, and this was largely driven by me, honestly, and I think Republic is a little more reluctant here. But what I'm envisioning is we're going to come up with a projected life, and we've kind of bracketed that now, so we have a little bit of a stake in the ground. And then I think we owe our reading audience and the work group some context in terms of what factors might affect that projection. And there are a lot, and they're hard to pin down, they're hard to estimate. These are generally unknowns, although we have some guidance on things like wildfire debris. We could use some past events to kind of guesstimate what that impact might be. At this point, these are really getting out on a limb, but I think we owe our audience at least a presentation of what the factors are that we're aware of that might impact landfill life. Ginger, comments from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, what we've discussed at the subcommittee level is I think Republic Services, we have no problem, acknowledging that there are multiple factors that could impact life of site at Coffin Butte. I think where we get a little hesitant is trying to predict the future. We just are not in the business of speculative guessing as it relates to events that have not occurred or events that are, unknown acts of Mother Nature. That said, I do recognize that we are trying to find some middle ground here, and I think we will get there. I think there are, as Ken said, some things that we can do where perhaps we cannot look forward, but we can look back and make some estimations by saying, well, we saw this as a result of the 2020 wildfires. So one could draw a conclusion that should there be another wildfire, it could impact site life in such a way. I think where we tend to push back is our modeling is very scientifically based. It's done, continuously, utilizing the best standards and practices by some really smart people whose entire, career has been built around landfill life and engineering. I think that's where we're going to have to kind of flesh things out a little bit at the subcommittee level. But I found the discussions that we've been having to be very cordial, robust, but cordial. And I think we will get to a point where we've got some melding of the minds to give the work group something that appeals to most. So.
So if you kind of scroll down, one of the factors that certainly could impact landfill life, this section was just recently injected into the document, and so it really has not been discussed thoroughly in the subcommittee, but Ken has provided a very detailed look at what he calls human factors type effects that might influence the life of the landfill. So that's kind of a working section in here. If you just scroll down, there's a lot of data here, by the way, and we've yet to really negotiate between all the various perspectives within the subcommittee about how much of this belongs in this document versus perhaps other documents. But there's a snapshot of the work in progress. You can scroll down. This is a lot of good information here, and we'll go through that and see how that sorts out in terms of what ends up in the report. But the gist of this is some human type effects. For example, sensitivity to pollution risk and things like methane may end up impacting legislation or driving legislation, which could have an effect on landfill life and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of possibilities here in terms of things that could affect this landfill life projection. If you roll through the end of that section, I think then we get down into the appendices here. I think that's pretty much the end of the body report out. So here's just some data. This is the intake volume data that Bill Broman and I vetted. So that's just the backup for the intake plot. And then we've got a new submission here from one of the members down below that provides some more detail in terms of historic records and projections forward in terms of the landfill cell sizes and so forth. These are all things that we're just now on the cusp of really considering and debating. So that's our report.
First, thank you both Paul and Ginger and for presenting it, and to all the subcommittee members for participating in it. I want to help facilitate a conversation that's basically, and correct me, Paul, Ginger, if this is not appropriate. Any further questions for clarification? Two, are there any points that were covered here that your initial reaction is, oh my goodness, this has to be a different landfill. This can't possibly be about copper butte, it's so wrong. Three, are there topics that are missing and that you want to know if they're on the agenda and exploring? Would that be sufficient prompts?
Yeah.
Okay, St. Paul, that's okay. All right, so the queue is Brian and then Catherine, and then if we have any work group members, I can't see if Catherine Visco is still with us or not. And she can raise her hand if she has any questions. Oh, there she is. Hey, Catherine. And we'll take it there. So Brian, please.
Yeah, so totally understand that whole crystal piece of the future. But doesn't the franchise agreement cap at 1.1 million tons? Isn't that what we're using as a projection as the cap? And then if something were to happen outside of that crystal ball, would that not be Benton County commissioners that would have to approve the exceeds of the cap?
Well, what would happen in that case is I'm not sure the legalities of it, but from our perspective, we have an educated estimate, a forward estimate provided by Republic Services, based primarily, really, frankly, on that cap, when you hit the cap. But when you talk to the folks from Republic, they are always guarded and careful to point out that there could be factors beyond any of our control that might just, really cause that projection to deviate. When a wildfire debris influx, for example, is one of the more obvious. And some of those inflows, by the way, is my understanding, my recollection of the 2020 franchise agreement is those types of acts of God, if you will, inflows are exempt. They do not apply to the cap. The cap does not apply to them.
Okay.
Catherine with a K.
Yeah, I think that was one part of my question, and thanks for all the work that you guys have done on this. It's a huge amount of information and really helpful. And I think along the lines of the human factors, I think that's really helpful information. And I like that you said that you'll focus on the just historic data and rather than trying to predict the future. And I wonder if when you talk about the human factors, if you could mention when you talk about them how significant they were, like volume wise, because I don't know, for some of those, do we need to be worried? I just wouldn't want to go down like a data rabbit hole if they're not, if they didn't have a big impact on the overall volume.
Yeah, and this is something we're actively discussing in the subcommittee right now, is how do we deal with these other factors? And one suggestion that's been made is that we could, as I mentioned, reference some historical analogs, things that have happened in the past that are fairly well documented, and use those as sort of reference points. And I think that's the best we're going to be able to do, frankly, is to say, wildfire debris, for example, in 2020 X amount. And everybody is going to have to understand, because the public is keenly sensitive to this. They're nervous about providing guidance that is not based on a firm foundation and could really be run off the rails by factors beyond their control. And yet, as an author of this document, and a person on the subcommittee, I think we owe our audience some guidance about, factor X, how big could it be, and which way would it go? That type of thing. So we're debating on how to put that in.
Okay, Marge and Ed.
What county did that wildfire debris come from?
I'm sorry, Marge, can you repeat the question?
Marion?
It's what county or counties did the wildfire debris come from?
Marion and Lincoln.
I think Marion was one. I believe it was more than one county, Marge. I think there were at least two, if not three.
Lincoln County was also.
Because, you can look at the counties on the spreadsheet, And you can see that Marion had the biggest increase, but it continued to increase after that too. And its contribution continued to stay high after that, right, Ryan?
I think we lost around 90 homes in Lynn County. You guys lost about 430 during the 2025.
It was almost 1,000.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the bulk of the line group, because burnt out houses, you can't really just.
And not all burnt out houses get hauled out immediately. I would think that that would be an ongoing cleanup, right? It's not the wildfire happened and all the houses get destroyed. and take
It
the land.
continued to the next.
Yeah, cleanup takes a while.
Okay, next up is Ed.
Back on that question of capacity expectations. And it was reformulating it in the 2021 application that was put aside. There were some design documents that suggested that the new landfill was going to be based on digging out the quarry, but it almost looked like it was going to be dug out below the water table. Now, I'm not sure that's right, there were good reasons, so that's fine. But you could project the time that would be for those that are, I should have said, it's atypical to dig and put a landfill below a water table. So that's the key technical piece. What if you stopped at some other point? What would be the impact on capacity? That's all the question.
Okay. We certainly can discuss that. My personal interpretation of the engineering documents associated with the current site development plan, the 2021 SDP, generated by Geologics, I think it was. It does appear that they're expecting excavation below what is sort of some kind of hydrological boundary, but I'm not really.
And that's all sketchy, there's not that much data there, but it's just all other possibilities. Think of it as you would only you run through the process that Sam outlined is already underway. That may take, I think Ginger said, 2 or 3 years to get those approvals, construction, and at that point, stop the watering so that you can proceed as fast as possible with expanding the new landfill piece, the new cell six. So it's a different scenario. Instead of waiting until full excavation, wait only and dig only to the point where you're ready to go ahead.
You know, I think that's a valid point, but I feel that it's outside the domain of our subcommittee.
That's fine.
Honestly.
It's just alternatives.
John.
I very greatly appreciate the work on this. This is extensive, and I'm focusing on this question a little bit on the page about the human and other factors, non-physical factors. The factor I don't see mentioned that I think has had the biggest influence in the past is economic. The economy, and so you have a 2008, 2009 downturn, you know, an acknowledged reduction intake after that. You know, and the economy affects how materials are even made. You know, legislation gets into that too, but I don't. And I guess my question is how much of that does this committee need to do? This worker need to do on this, because that is and there's a lot of research. You know, there's already a lot of material out there that we could cite.
Yeah, we did list, if you look at the C, section 3, subpart C, there's recession is the first thing listed. So that's kind of our placeholder for economic.
I see. Okay.
And just to be honest, the sense I get from our public services is that's That is uncomfortable crystal ball territory for them, but we could potentially reach a compromise where we say, for example, the 2008 downturn resulted in X. Just as a factual statement that the year can use for their own interpretation.
Yeah, yeah, it's a very difficult thing.
And the other input I get from them, by the way, in all fairness, is the world has turned so topsy-turvy from their perspective in terms of landfill inflows related to economics since 2020 when COVID hit. There's a lot of things that have kind of flipped around. So it may be harder to project because we seem to be in a different world in terms of waste flows now.
All right, let's take Elizabeth, commonly known as Liz Irish.
It's my understanding that there's been a recent bill that's been passed about how things are packaged and sold in the state of Oregon that will make things more recycled. Have you factored that into how that will affect the landfill and the amount of trash?
We haven't had a discussion on that so far, but it sounds like we should incorporate that.
I think it's a good thought, right? I mean, if that's coming into play, that's going to directly impact the amount of trash.
Louisa?
Well, and if you are going to do this type of list, probably there'll be more pandemics. I mean, climate change.
Do you have any recent examples?
Well, there will, I mean, there's probably will be.
Yeah. So thank you all. Given the time, we need to move on. I just want to point out one interconnectivity piece, the work you've just heard. Under this last scenario, I think Paul and Ginger call it scenario C. There's a bunch of material there that's in the process of being vetted. All those topics are also right for the SMMP work. In other words, as I recall, the SMMP scope or emerging scope, draft scope, whatever you want to call it, has some of these issues to be looked at. And the reality is that between now and the end of March, we are not, as a subcommittee with the personnel we have, and the time and money available, going to be able to put forward with any degree of realistic probability that all of these factors, one of these factors, two of these factors, the various combinations of, are going to change the projected life by 1 month, 2 months, 6 years, 1 year, 0, it closes tomorrow. But the work is not lost. The work is going to happen in two places. And I think particularly, depending on what you all say about goes into the SMMP, that's where the more of the groundwork, getting these studies, looking at them, and doing it in an Excel exercise versus what we're doing right now, which is a Word or a PowerPoint exercise to get the global issues. So thank you, Ginger. Thank you, Paul. I'm sorry, Ginger.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Liz, can you send me any information on that bill that you were talking about? I'd love to take a look at it. I know from Oregon DEQ, Benton County, under the 2020 waste shed recovery rates averages about 39%, which is a little bit under the statewide average of 42%. So if there's something that could potentially impact that, that'd be great knowledge to have.
Yeah, and we'll send, you can send it to us, and you guys can send it. I'll send it, and I'll send it to everybody, and we'll all have it. All right, so Mark, come on down. Why don't you have a seat here, or you can sit there. So I'm gonna let Mark introduce himself. He is the newest member of Subcommittee E, and I'll let him introduce himself, and he and Marge and Louisa and Mary are going to do a tag team presentation that you should also have in your materials. Which one of you two want to start? Go, Mark or Marge?
Okay, Mark Ankles, live in Lewisburg, been about 32 years. I work in Monmouth, so the dumpster or the landfill's a big piece of my daily experience, and just so you know, I'm very familiar with the area, and Anyway.
And you are a professor at?
I am a professor of public policy. And I wrote. Okay, so we are, Marge and I are on the team that's going to do the landfill history section. And we do not have anything comparable to the presentation you just saw. I think that clear.
And it's not their fault, because they just lost like a month ago. I'm making that up.
No, I would say our goal is actually to not have anything like that, to have something that's very, can connect with the public in a one-shot exposure. Is really what our goal is, to provide sort of that background and context for when they read the rest of the report. That's kind of how we're doing it. And so we, you know, draw up some guidelines. We haven't really, I think I've been on this for a week, 1 week. So we have not really, I haven't got into all the materials. I did look through some of the historical materials, and we've discussed where it went, and we discussed it as a subcommittee. And so here's kind of the guiding concepts we see doing for this section. Some of it's gonna have to hinge until everything else is done, so we know the proper way to interconnect things, because we see this sort of like incorporating or connect, you know, referencing other parts. But here's our guiding concepts. First of all, there is an existing timeline out there. You may have seen it's sort of mostly a summary of newspaper articles about it. And we think that's appropriate for the appendix. We're not going to use that as we're using it for reference, but we're not going to really use it. Although we might throw in that piece about the hogs rooting around in there in the early 50s. That seemed pretty interesting. No, we won't do that. Okay, but that's going to be in that appendix. We are going to create a timeline, however, because that's definitely a good feature we feel. And the timeline will be correct. It reflects the general history of the area in brief, but then the rising need of the landfill system in Benton County and the region. When Coffin Butte actually became more of a landfill site, and major points in the history of ownership, operation, oversight, and permitting of the landfill. So people can see all those critical dates just in one spot. And if they look at the rest of the report, you go, when did that happen? Or, you know, they can put it into a framework. We envision an easily readable narrative of 10 to 15 pages plus a timeline. The environmental and historical context of the Coffin Butte area will be briefly discussed. We're going to have that as our introductory section, saying, well, this is what the area fundamentally was like and is like, and sort of what led up to what's the previous things that happened before it started being used for disposal so extensively. The focal concerns, however, the bulk of it will be on how Benton County and the region settled on Coffin Butte as their major landfill site, how ownership and operations of the landfill changed over time, key aspects of how Benton County and the state have done oversight and permitting regarding the site, and key times of public concern regarding the landfill. We don't envision trying to provide all the legal details. There's other groups working on it. We don't envision getting into a huge analysis of capacity or anything like that. That's other people. But we will make statements regarding these kinds of things and then refer people to the other sections for this. But we want it so that when people read this, they go, these other things are in this report. If I'm interested in how they do how the permitting went, what a critical thing, elements of it were, or critical things about capacity, they would know where to go for that. Is that where we were at? Okay, great. So the history will refer to relevant information for other parts of the larger report and the indices. So really that's where we are in terms of trying to create our framework. We had a few questions that we thought we'd give you the opportunity. Of course, you can do anything you want. Give us any questions you want or whatever, but what we thought would be useful is the length that we're envisioning. This will be a very early section of the report, I presume.
Yeah.
Is that length an appropriate kind of length? Are there specific aspects of the history or geography you feel like are really critical that we include? So we make sure we incorporate that from the beginning. And we plan to cite all the materials used. And as long as we have, there's been a little bit of a to-do about authors and stuff like that. We're not going to even in my preliminary review of stuff, there's no need for us to have to go somewhere where an author doesn't want us to go. The information's out there. On the other hand, if we find stuff useful, you know, we may make sure we're getting information from the proper people. But we also plan to cite all the materials used. And as long as we have authors' permissions and the documents are all public records with no copyright issues, I just want to make sure, or we want to make sure, is it fair game for us to do our research as we see fit? And that's all we have to say because it's a preliminary stage here.
Marge, did you want to add any?
No, we discussed this, you know.
Okay, so the only other piece that I wanted to add is that they are also the editors for the executive summary. So in addition to doing the history, there's going to be, you know, all these sections that you're hearing about today, there'll be standalone sections. Each of them will have an introduction. But, you know, what is common practice in these kind of work group settings is that there be an executive summary. And so Millie and I take each of the 5 sections and take your first several paragraphs that you put in your sections and put them into an executive summary only as a place to start the executive summary document. Then it goes to subcommittee E, and you're the editors or, you know, control over what you want to write in that executive summary piece, which then comes back to you as this, you know, I'm making this up, but I could see this being 400, 500 page report by the end of the day. So we gotta have an executive summary that does some of the same things that Mark says, like paragraph 4, the executive summary says, for information about capacity, well, hyperlink to section 2 or whatever it turns out to be on capacity. You know, we have provided a history, hyperlink, you know, to this section. So that's going to all happen sort of at the end as we merge forward. So then the second part of subcommittee E's charge is Louisa and Mary, and they have the remaining pages of that document. And I'll turn it over to whichever you was going to start. Mary, you're up first.
Yes, we kind of had part 2 of the subcommittee. And so me and Louisa were tasked with creating clear recommendations on the best practices for county communication with the public. The next CUP, because obviously the last communications were not ideal, and that was kind of a sore spot for a lot of people, so we're looking to like patch that up. And these recommendations will be created by examining the minimum requirements for public communications, which can be seen with the legal subcommittee. So we're going to take that from them, and the list of current county methods for public outreach, which was provided by Corey. And also subcommittee E will present their recommendations to the work group, and once finished, we'll be giving the recommendations to the board, just like all other subcommittees. And then kind of number 2 was to also create an outreach plan for the county to use going forward to our BCTT process and communicate further developments like the CUP, for instance, negotiations and other important things. And this can kind of be seen on the table. I don't know if you have it, there's a table that Lisa actually made that has notification subjects on one section. So yeah, you can scroll down a little bit and do this there. Farther. Yeah, right there. So as you can see on the far left, there's notification subject. So we have the BCTT report, we have the CUP filing, and just all the things that we thought were important to notify the county of. If anyone has anything to add to that, we'd love to hear it, because this is very much draft. We also have a notification type. So me and Lisa kind of went through those outlets that Corey sent us a document with, and we picked out which ones we thought were the best. Again, this is just our opinions, so we would again love to hear what people think about that. And then kind of one of the main like things we talk about in our company meetings, kind of who is notified. So the legal requirement for the CUP filing was 750 feet. And if you turn, so you can scroll all the way down, if you go to the maps, with the circles around them. Yes, right there. So that is 750 feet around the landfill. Just to keep a note, that's 750 feet around the red pin. I do not put in consideration actual damage around the landfill, but that kind of gives you some sort of visual about what that might be. So as you can see, that's that's not very much at all, and we kind of all agree as a committee that that's not enough. So me and Louisa and the rest of the subcommittee as well have devised like 3 other options. So we have 5 miles, which is the smaller radius of circle, and we have 10 miles, which is the larger one. And we also have 15 miles, if you go down to the map. And I had to scale them a little bit early just because but those, just try to get some sort of visual as to what those distances look like. So that is probably like one of the most important things we have to ask is which one of those would be, like which one of those would make the most sense? And anyone have any opinions on how far we should be sending this information for? We also, another thing was brought up was if this communication plan stuff was only going to affect the public. And that is something that I personally, I think Louisa would agree, would not be the case. This could affect all CUPs. We would also have some sort of tiering for like large CUPs, medium and small, and that would depend on the amount of communication that would apply. We also have my transportation corridors, who we notify, is that also has some effect of major roads and stuff like that. And our goal is to err on the side of notifying more people rather than less people, because again, that was a main issue with the last CUP. We don't want to bombard the public with information. We definitely want to keep everyone, well informed so we know what's happening. We did have a consensus on a postcard idea, which is to send a postcard to everyone in a certain zip code or everyone in a certain radius, or maybe the whole county, and we haven't really nailed that down yet. But we are starting to get information on how much money that would be. And the postcard idea would probably apply to the most important notification subjects, such as the COP filing, planning commission meetings, things like that. You see on the table. And one thing that me and Lisa both noticed was that with the notifications channels that the county sent out to us, we noticed that people who aren't like tied into Benton County or aren't following Benton County aren't getting information. And so kind of our goal is to initiate that communication. And for example, with a postcard, we can send a postcard and have like, like some sort of survey or some way to sign up for something on the back if they're more interested. So we can kind of solve the issue of, we initiate contact and then they can communicate back to us. And yeah, so I guess the main thing we wanted to ask was just how wide and how much communication we should have. So how widespread should that be? So that's about all we have so far. We are pretty new.
Thank you, Mary. Louisa? And I promise to get you that.
Okay, awesome. I think so as far as the postcard, we're just kind of like, what point in the process would be the best time to notify the entire county if that budgeting does become available? That would be we would like help figuring that out. And then Sam and Amelia had talked about, I guess the committee creating a survey or the whole, you guys will put input on it.
We'll draft it, you will vet it.
Yeah, so a survey for after the work group is complete and we have a report, a survey for the public about the work group. So what would be the best way to communicate? I thought a postcard might be good use of that event, and maybe possibly a public event during that time.
Thank you. So we'll take questions and I'll try to actually provide a little bit of context first, and then I had Ed and Liz. Just to underscore this point is that Benton County, like every county and governmental entity, has in their code or sometimes in the statute what I'm calling it, not pejoratively, minimum notification requirements. Thou shalt at least do A, B, C, D, and E. When I did the assessment, it was clear that several folks commented that they did not feel they received timely and complete information to the point that it impacted negatively their ability to influence the evaluation, expansion CUP evaluation process through the planning commission, what have you. Part of the charge of this subcommittee is to put together recommendations that, of course, go to the work group for you to discuss, that ultimately go to the Board of Commissioners, that are, if you will, beyond those minimally required in the statute or code, all for the goal of expanding who gets to know what, when, where, how, and sooner, to lay out a more robust intersection between public comment and influence. So that's one of the overarching goals of this charge E. I purposely deferred launching that particular subcommittee because we needed to get more work done to have something to push against and frame up. So they'll be caught up, by our January meeting, and this will go through the normal process like you had already today with Paul and Ginger's presentation. I think you'll see the CUP and the legal work similarly. They'll all catch up and dovetail together at the end. So I'm not sure I saw I think I had Ed first, and then I had Liz, then I had Sean, and then I have our newest member for his inaugural question or comment. That'd be fantastic. So Ed.
Just a suggestion, I think when we get a little farther along on the process, we may see is that there's a DEQ component that some things can be superseded by a DEQ decision or an action. That might need to be a category on your list that you need to kind of consider working with DEQ to see how things go back and forth so that people know that there's a new air permit coming out. The other part of it is mechanics, tying it to the time frame when people have to act. I've been in communities where the trigger time was 14 days, and the notice was done by postcard, and because of the way the mails were working, some of those days were already chewed up. It happened to arrive on a weekend. And the only way I could participate is if I signed up, and I couldn't sign up until Monday. It's just think through the whole process of time, and you're shaking your head, you've seen that before. So this Mark over here is shaking his head, so maybe you've seen it before. So just some of the mechanics.
Thank you. Liz.
It's been my personal experience that a lot of times we spend money on ways to communicate that are ineffective. And I think that there's a lot of organizations out there that can probably identify the most, or let's say the best way to communicate with people in our communities, and all communities are a little different. Postcards can be expensive, TV ads can be expensive, like there's a million ways, YouTube ads, Facebook ads, like you could go on and on and on and all kinds of ways to communicate. I think it would be really wise to do some outreach and see if those studies have already been done, and then decide how you want to spend your dollars and how big that outreach needs to be.
Sean?
Just two purposes. One, obviously, conservation, the critical importance of having the public understand. This is born out of ignorance. I didn't know Darren or DEQ. From the industry perspective, like we just heard from Rob this morning, or earlier in the meeting, or whether that's security or whatever, is there also information for them to be part of this process to?
Yeah, in fact, Ginger, we spoke about this at the other meeting, and Ginger's already provided me some documents that was sort of like the perspective from the public what the history is. I'm sorry, did I kick you off too fast?
No. I was just trying to think about other on the industry side of whether that's construction companies or other regional. economic
Notice,
areas.
notice, not
No,
history.
yeah, on the notice. I didn't know if that was.
That's not that clear.
Yeah.
So let me see, my understanding is that to make sure that the whole community, which includes industry, businesses, what have you, is also noticed. And the answer to that is yes, of course. And just so we know, we have Corey Grogan, who is the PIO on this subcommittee, who is helping us tell us, here are the default channels that are in place, and here's the timeline and the mechanism. Here's how many people they reach as a baseline. And then we're looking at that plus supplemental. Is that fair, Sean?
I was just trying to, again, critically important for the residents to know that, please don't interpret it that way, but I'm just, there's other industries that live in the region, our neighboring counties, there's obviously an import on that, so I was just curious on that kind of outreach methodology, so.
John. Oh, I'm sorry, I lied. John's next.
No, I think he was fine.
Oh, okay, Chuck, go for it,
I
buddy.
just followed up, you hit the nail on the head, is if your outreach would go farther than Benton County and how far that outreach would go, because since it is a regional landfill, would you interpret it then your outreach would go to like Yamhill County and those areas that may have some interest, or like we just heard from Newport, they have very good interest in, to just to say this is we're ahead with this. And again, the concept on the postcard might be just direct them to a webpage to save information like that. So just your, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, that was, we're not, like, we just looked it up, because you haven't like put like a ton of time into it, and we're not 100% sure, to be honest with you, how far out it should go. I definitely think it'll be different depending on what, what like piece of news we're sharing, I guess, what notification we're doing. But I would definitely say that Monmouth would be notified, or definitely Monmouth would be notified, as well as neighboring counties, I would assume be notified as well. Do you have any, change on?
Well, I know counties were on the list of notification, and somewhere in some group we were talking about it. I mean, we do have already counties on this committee. So I think the Benton County residents will be the main focus. And as far as other counties, I think like Corey will be involved in notifying different groups and other county people. So it won't necessarily be like the postcard or who we're doing, my understanding. Do you remember that topic?
Yep, you're absolutely right. Good summary. John.
Usually, government groups, in county would have a communications plan of some type where they have certain standards and protocols. I didn't know if you consulted with them or got feedback. That might be a good thing to do, because they might have some pathways that already are pretty established or might work.
For the other counties, or are you talking about that? Oh, yeah, we'll get that from Corey. We'll get that.
Corey? I didn't know who Corey was.
I'm sorry, he's the public information officer
okay.
for Benton County. So he's sort of the communications command central. No problems. Brian.
Yeah, just reiterate your point, Ed's point. I mean, so in addition to notification requirements, there's the timeline too. So, you're notifying people, but they have a certain set amount of time to respond or act on it, because the county has to make a decision within a certain amount of time. And then on the postcards, if you're mailing in, when we do mailings, we generally would go to the county and get the addresses, and sometimes those owners are, the rental properties or whatnot, just to keep in mind that those cards may not go to the house, actually, they might go to the property owner, who could be out of the area. And, to look at other ways besides mailings, other groups, other things like that, which could possibly. And then as far as the DQ communications, I don't know that we would match our timeline with the CUP. I don't think we would, because we would be, we're not going to take any sort of action until we know the outcome of the land use approval. So our notification would be, months later after that decision. And then we have a, Gov delivery listserv that people can sign up for if you're interested in solid waste permits or air quality permits, and you get an email. So, yeah.
Yeah, what is the name of that listserv again? GovServe?
Gov delivery.
Gov delivery?
Yeah.
So we should look into that too, to make sure that we have that down and underscore the point that in any communications, we need to make clear, and the public comment period closes on August 15th at noon, therefore, John?
Yeah, I just thought about social.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Social media, and there should be a plan on how to anticipate that, or when there's a formal communications and notification, you're talking primarily about what goes out, but then there's this fluid interaction that we have little control over. So, I don't know if should be something said about how do we respond, and how do we make sure those channels, if we can utilize those channels as well. Like I'm thinking of what I thought at first was next door. There's a lot of neighborhoods that utilize that well, sometimes not so much.
That's great. Louisa?
Well, so I'll reassure you guys that the list we had from Corey of what he does do as far as he did for this committee and Benton County does use, has Nextdoor, blah, blah, blah. It's a giant list, Facebook, Instagram, Benton, everything. So that's what Mary and I and the other committee members looked at. And so we are doing a lot of that, but it is that those methods are mostly people need to follow on Facebook, like they need to kind of initiate it. And so, and Nextdoor, you need to be in Nextdoor, and they're great and we're going to use them, but they're just something missing possibly is what we were looking at. And so that's why we came up with the postcard idea or something like that, because Benton County already was doing lots of emails. I mean, a lot of communicating, yet like Sam said, people still, in his process, were saying they didn't get information. And in this process, like during the open house, wasn't tons of people here, but a few people did say, hey, we didn't even know about this. Like, and I know the reality is that's always gonna happen. You do, and as far as the community thing, but we're just trying to be a little proactive and hopefully provide less of that. Hopefully, if we do something else that maybe connects with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, even postcard, I mean, we can do all we want, but if somebody's not tuned into it, like you get all these postcards in the mail, and some people just ditch half of them, they don't look at them, So then they'll see something in the news later on, some channel they do look at, and they'll go, well, why wasn't I informed? So I don't know if you,
well, if you guys
some
have
of your
any ideas, that's what we
I think you're on the right
would
track.
connect with everyone, was an initiating connection.
Great, yes.
So I was wondering, does Corey have a communication plan that the county fills out? Because we could share what DQ has sort of a generic communications plan.
Send it in.
Okay.
And we'll coordinate with him.
Okay, and then I was wondering also about, when you say you were mentioning, postcards was one option. We have had some luck with contacting neighborhood associations or industry associations and asking them to share our links with their members.
Good
So,
idea.
people don't want to send in their email groups to DEQ. However, if we send something to that association, they often are willing to share it with their membership and maintain some of that privacy that they've got established with their groups. And then I was wondering also if you had talked about languages and reaching out to people who may their first language might be different than
Right, good
English.
point.
Yeah.
Good point.
You said neighborhood association, what was the other thing?
Well, sometimes there's, like Sean had mentioned, making sure, like maybe the haulers or some of the industry folks who use the landfill or the clients who use the landfill are aware of all of this work as well. And so there might be industry associations or hauler associations in addition to neighborhood associations that might be able to share information.
The Oregon Refuse and Recycling Association, Association of Oregon Recyclers, so.
What's a hauler? Oh, sorry, collectors, the people who drive garbage trucks.
They haul the garbage.
Mary,
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's already in there, but just kind of touching the Zoom group thing, we're definitely gonna notify the neighbors right next to the landfill, that's like probably one of our top priorities. The VX group, we definitely notify them, if that's not already on the list, then we will get this to put on there, so. And I think also Spain should be good.
great. Well, again, thank you, subcommittee members, for getting this rolling. It's very much appreciated. And a little quick story to end this section as we're setting up dinner for us all is I have a 38-year-old son and a 35-year-old daughter. And we were talking soon after the subcommittee E met last time, and they asked, so Dad, what did you do today? And I said, oh, I was talking to a group about communication channels. And there was a silence on the end of the phone. They said, oh my goodness, our dad is not dead. He actually knows what communication channels are. They got a great kick out. The only reason I knew is I was just repeating what you all said an hour before. So let's take our break and get your food and we'll be back. Yes, Darren.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks everybody for the visit. One point of order.
Please.
The front door, the outside door is not working properly. So if you leave, it will let you out. It will not let you back.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's why I keep a quorum.
Well, yeah, take a buddy, but just let us know, we'll let you back in. The door behind the door system's malfunctioning apparently, so we'll drive it all the way to.
All right, thank you for that heads up. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. It is 5:35, and thank you for returning your seats promptly. Amelia indicated that it's good facilitator practice to actually cover all of the items in the agenda in the order that they appear, which was, very helpful information. And she reminded me that I ditched out and forgot to approve the draft meeting 5 minutes, and which were a combination meeting 5 minutes and open house notes. So are there any additions, subtractions, suggested changes to that document? Hearing none, they'll be deemed approved as final. And then there was a meeting 5 evaluation summary there. This isn't a criticism, it's an observation. The number of people completing the summaries as these meetings have gone on has been a path that's gone in the downhill. And that's fine, understandable. I would suggest at this point, since we're achieving kind of a meaningful milestone here and hearing substantive subcommittee reports, that if you have any chance or opportunity between now and Monday or Tuesday, whenever the deadline is, that you complete that so we can get feedback on where we've been, but more importantly, how we can design the process to move forward in a positive direction. The other sort of hanging chat from prior events is Darren from the county wants to reply or clarify, probably better words, to part of the landfill capacity report. so we can make sure people have the same fund of information. Of course, then Republic can add on, and Paul looks like he had to leave, so we can get him next time and tell him if there's any clarification needed. Darren, take it away.
Okay, thanks, Sam. And I'm sorry that Paul had to step away. In his remarks, he made a couple times, he mentioned that there's an ongoing conversation between Knife River, Department of Services, and Benton County about permitting for the corridor. I feel like that was really not accurate, so I'll push back just a little bit. Knife River has reached out to us with some basic zoning questions about different zones in Benton County. On 2 occasions, and on a 3rd occasion, Knife River and the Department of Services reached out to ask basically the same kinds of questions about what's allowable in different zones and what the process might be if they were to find a site to store some of that rock. So I, just like we would respond to any property owner who asks questions about what's possible with the property, we have tried to provide information, but I would say there is not an ongoing conversation, and we have not discussed permitting personal application, there's no formal process. So just want to clarify that. I don't think that's all intended in this speak, but I want to make sure you understand the status of those conversations.
Thank you. Ginger, any clarification or response from your end?
No, I mean, I don't have anything from my end. I was not or have not been a part of those discussions, but I know that they are ongoing and everybody's working feverishly, so.
Any other Republic people on the call or in the room? Anything on this from your perspective?
No, I mean, I think that's accurate. Yeah, I mean, dialogue is ongoing and, you know, I think there's commitment on both sides to, you know, come to a resolution and certainly make sure that can be involved. And very confident that we'll be there soon.
Great. Well, keep us posted. All right. And then the item that we deferred till dinner because the food was hot is the item called consultant attorney for next CUP conversation. So in the assessment report that I did, there were recommendations that were again brought before the board at this past Tuesday's meeting. And I want to revisit those and remind folks that the board basically, and Daryl, correct me if I don't get the exact language right, but the board approved the staff to begin processing and getting plans in place for when Republic files an expansion CUP. The assessment recommendations I made at the time were because of the dynamics that existed at the end of 21, I guess, in the first part of this year. Some of the communications and feelings became quite interpersonal and in their approach. And I made the suggestion that if we're going to have a new start, a new beginning in this process, that the commissioners should consider contracting out the processing of the next CUP work. This contracting out came in 2 forms. If you will, the traditional land use work, staff work on the merits of the application and the responses there too should be taken and an RFP sent out to get a planning organization or a bunch of them in consortium, whatever the case may be, to do the work in consultation, primarily with Darren, who is the quote unquote planning official for purposes of the code and the department. Similarly, I made a recommendation that the county should get outside county counsel to assist the county in providing it with its advice, either before it's filed, during it's filed, as it's processed through the county process and up to and including any appeals. They approved that process. The mechanism and steps to do that haven't been worked out in detail because this just got approved Tuesday, early, like 9:30 or 10 or something like that. And we'll be back to you at the next meeting with the then existing thoughts about how that outreach process will look for both of those places. I have made the informal recommendation, meaning it wasn't to the BOC, Board of Commissioners per se, that the work group and or subcommittees and or its members in some fashion to be determined should be a part of, any RFP process, perhaps sitting on a selection committee or the interview committee, what have you. I do not know to what extent my half-formed or malformed ideas are consistent with the current procurement practices of Benton County and the current rules. I'm just suggesting that my recommendation is that we have the same level of collaboration we've been seeing at the work group and finding people that the majority of people have access to and confidence in their selection. So that's the current state of that. This is not the conversation that we're going to have in a half hour or so about adding an attorney to the legal subcommittee. This, what I just talked about, is totally separate and distinct from that. It's been in the assessment report from the jump, but it finally became time to raise that as things are getting fleshed out and the board approved. So I'll open it up for any questions or comments on that before we turn it over for the next subcommittee report. But I wanted to give you an update. Hearing and seeing none, and not seeing any hands on the screen, we'll keep it posted. Next up is topic A2, past CUP conditions. I'm calling it very slight audible to that team. We have it for 40 minutes. If you can maybe shoot for 35, great. If you can't, you can't, and we'll get it done and we'll move forward. But I think what you will see now that you've heard what's going on with landfill capacity and location, what have you, sort of the next layer of analysis and another part of this emerging 5-part report summarizes what's happened at the conditional use permit subcommittee. And it'll be the same format. I'm going to step back, turn it over to this committee, and then we'll take questions and comments. And Ed, are you going to be speaking first, or?
Yes.
Take it away. You have the floor. Yes.
Just a comment about this document. This came in just recently before the meeting, so it's not online. It will be published online right after this work group by tomorrow morning, certainly, just so you know.
It's just going to be me, so I apologize for the late delivery. And we'll easily stay within the half hour, but I'm going to take about 10 minutes, and then the rest is going to be kind of where I need you to kind of ask questions and point us in some directions. So the super summary that we've traditionally done is up there now, highlights the goals and savings. Actually, I should start with the numbers. Besides Inga in myself, Captain Visco should be on the line, Mark Daverty back here. Jeff is just coming back from vacation, so he's, they all represented by Cosette and Cafe, is the way we say it, I'm not sure. So we've had that size group, and then we get to a smaller group, just Catherine, myself, and Mark, to try to get through the details. Where we are in progress, we're almost ready for the full subcommittee to start looking at the document. We have a lot of opinions, so we have to find some way of structuring the opinions. So we think we have something that's agreeable or pretty agreeable to most folks. We started to find things that were not in the scope of the charter, but really were things that shouldn't get lost. We call them lessons learned. I think actually Sam coined that phrase. In that category, we have observations and recommendations, which are generally outside the BCTT scope, but just our thoughts that shouldn't be forgotten. We started getting into supporting information. What supports our opinion of whether this decision is being complied with or not being complied with. And that led us to DEQ records, so we needed something to talk to each other about. So we've made an illustration tool, and we've made a records and information request. Brian's already helped shape that some more. And finally, we came to a timeline, and I think every group has mentioned timeline. And we looked at it, and made a list of what we thought was interesting information, and then said, okay, there's 25 items here, we can do 2. We need to talk to other people. So that's what we're here tonight. For action items, let me explain it graphically.
And sorry, when you say 25 items, you mean 25 parts of that would need to be reviewed, like big sense of
No,
review.
actually, you know how to read this. Perfect. This is what we started with.
Okay.
Okay, a 2-pager. It's 16 items listed, 15 that we're actually working on. You all may remember that you saw it back in October 1st. When it went out, it was that with a few guidance. I think it might have been a 10-pager. When it came back and you shuffled it around, it was about 50 pages. Now it's 147.
We're living a life of its own.
And don't worry, I printed on both sides, just to give you an example. I didn't waste that much paper, but it gives you a sense of what we started layering in. We took everybody's comments from the whole work group, so those are still in there as work group comments. And then we said, you know, let's get the 3 of us, we should be able to solve this. We couldn't solve it. So we ended up having to come up with something else. Ingrid, if you could go, you can show the 2-pager. That's the 15 docket on 15 decisions. And that constitutes about 86 conditions. And like I said, we needed someone to struggle through this. So if you leave it on the general notes, we came up with, let's come up with a categorization. It's in compliance, it's not in compliance. We don't understand whether it's in compliance or compliance unclear. The county requirement's been superseded. You can barely read the definitions for each one on that script. There's other situations where there's really no decision, no analysis, other than we needed to look at the information for background. So that's the catch all at the bottom. That all that red lining you see in there, that was just Monday's meeting. where, actually, Gazette said, no, that's not that quite right, strike that out, move it over here, and then that got expanded to, oh, by the way, it could be superseded by Blueberry, everybody kind of joined in. So that was another line item that popped out. Hopefully that's pretty much it. I had hoped we have like maybe 4 categories. We couldn't get anybody to be totally comfortable with just those 4. If we go on, Inga, to the next page. This is an example. So what you've seen in the past is the blue, which is, this is the 74 condition. And the condition was cited, that's the kind of pinkish peachy color. It's only, it requires that only a small part of the acreage be used at one point in time at the phase. And then it goes on to talk about reclamation. So 2 topics, easy. What you see in the white under comments, it's staff comments, a working committee, that was all of you folks back in October. And then subcommittee, which is this small group. I said there's too much in here. If you start unpacking it, there's really 2 issues. One is the physical design requirements. How do you build this thing? And we said, well, that sounds like it's DEQ. We'll call it in compliance. And then reclamation and visual requirements. Gee, that reads like, what did everybody expect this thing to look like during operation or when it's closed? And that's what we said was unclear. So if we go just down, you'll see A again right there. It starts getting, we're using that format of what's our opinion and why do you think that way? And we then had, this is the short form where we think it's in compliance because of the information from either DEQ or in this case from the tour that was done in, I believe it was the 2nd of October. It's too hard to read all these things, but to point out with a compliance opinion, shall be returned to grazing. We said, yeah, we don't really know. And that's the basis of a question about, well, when you determine whether it's ready to be reclaimed. And then there's an explanation, and then there's further details notes, because it starts getting into regulatory issues about when is the site closed and ready. And I could find, we could find 2 positions. One was an RSI, which Audrey already helped explain to me. That was a worst case scenario. And if something happened and the landfill had to shut today, you have a certain plan. We were also interpreting it as closure, like when are you ready to get this back into a farmland? Well, you have to look at the other definition, which is what Brian provided, which is a quote from him about time. He also provided a reference to a Code of Federal Regulations, which is that last line at the bottom. If you keep scrolling down, you'll see his comments, and keep scrolling down. You'll see the actual, you would have seen the Code of Federal Regulations. What I'm trying to convey is what we've done here is trying to take what was a land use decision, come to some opinion on compliance or whether there's other information needed, leave it in a way that there's enough tracks so somebody can pick it up and look and say, yeah, this makes sense or doesn't make sense. And then try to fit it into something that's less than, I think we're at 25,000 words. that's what's in the document. If we keep going down, we ended up with things that didn't quite fit. So we put it in the lessons learned category. The column on the left refers to the document number. Of those 15 is first document, a second document, second. And then the next thing is just an observation. So there's an observation that 30 million gallons of leachate come from the landfill every year. And that's for the tanker truck is 5,500 gallons. That's roughly 20 trucks a day going through the town to get to the same treatment plant. So maybe the county should consider that as part of the issue, even though leachate is not within our scope. Gee, when that pops out at you, you say, maybe somebody should look at it. So we put it in the recommendations. It clearly says post BCTT work group tasks. And Inga's been very good at telling us what's in charge and what's outside the charge. And you'll end up with 3 pages of this. If you keep going down, again, if there's a specific line item, we'll cite the actual, we'll cite the document, and we'll cite the applicable words so that other people can pick up, and you don't have to go through 150 pages. This one is only 4 pages, somewhat manageable. And you can see things that, if we stop right here, things that other people have brought up, and that's where it ties into other work groups. If you look at number 3, it's a very simple order. It says a 1988 board order to vacate a portion of a subdivision. Well, when you look at it, it's 600 acres, maybe 500 to 600 acres, and they did it. That was blue. Oh, is Paul here? No, he's gone. It was the blue, red, and yellow figure he had up debating for a while. Well, we ran across the same information in a different format. But what we also ran across was in 2005, there's a record of decision from DEQ. And if you keep going down a little bit more, that's the actual record of decision on how to correct the site. And you cannot see it, but on the last burger dot up down there, it said one of the ways the operator is supposed to help fix the situation is to continue property purchase as a buffer around the landfill. To put it kind of crudely, if I'm a person complaining about the landfill's expanding and getting too much territory that's coming out of potential homes, residential areas, we've got the other side of the government saying, gee, hauler, go buy some more land and keep people away from you. All right, it's not going to get resolved right here. But it's good to know that that kind of information on those kinds of projects, conflicting arguments are placed on the hauler. So yes, the county said, clean something up, and DEQ said it, clean it up, but they may have said it in a different way, which causes other actions. All I'm trying to get across here is that document, that 140 pages, goes through each one of those things and points out where you can look to make a judgment. Where we made a judgment, that's fine. You'll get a chance to make another judgment, and that's, I guess, part of your process, Sam, right?
Correct.
If you look at there's so many things to learn. It's really fun. There's another set of that format associated with the conditions language. And that's not in here, that's another 10 pages. We needed something to kind of track what was going on and think about how to ask DEQ for information. So we have this illustration. I sometimes call it a cartoon, but it starts on the left. where somebody generates solid wastes. That ends up going into the center, that's Coffin Butte. And from Coffin Butte, you have stuff that goes into the air. You have stuff that, if before they had liners, went to the groundwater. You also have current stormwater discharges. You also have leachate. And leachate, again, people have brought up, and it's not the scope of this committee, but kind of rounding out where do things start from, and where do they go? You end up with those two boxes on the right that says it goes to a public sewage treatment plant, and that goes to surface waters. Under and in each one of those boxes, it points to the federal law that's involved, and also and DEQ mimics the federal minimum standards. But in a couple of our meetings, we had folks complaining about not getting the right information from DEQ. Right up there, it points to at least 3 different departments and programs in DEQ. So if they ask something about what is allowable to go into the dump, and they call DEQ and talk to the air people, they're going to get no response. So it was a little guide to say, hey, when you're worried about this kind of an issue, talk to these folks. And we didn't have all the answers, so the red lines are in there asking, or that would be, what are the right programs to ask for, to go to for information on, say, groundwater. Don't need an answer tonight, we just kind of pointed out. If we go to the next thing, that table said, well, what DEQ documents might be involved? And again, I just cut and pasted, so there's, it's going to be hard to read. The left-hand column goes and follows the list that was on that illustration. Solid waste, if you scroll down some more. The landfill operation, if you scroll down some more, it'll get to air emissions to the air. And below that, there's a bunch of detail. Each one of those categories of what we've already received and what we'd like to get more of, and some questions that popped up, like releases, migration groundwater. It's unclear to me, at least, is there a corrective action program in Oregon, and was that site put through? Don't have to answer it tonight, but it's just.
Well, that was the ROD.
That's part of the ROD.
So the ROD
And the ROD is record of decision.
Yes.
Right. And when you say there's a ROD and it's a corrective action program, then you peel back and say, oh, there's supposed to be a facility assessment. Before that, there was facility investigation. Before that is the assessment. So there's enough of information that's out there in the public record for people that were concerned about containers that get thrown into a landfill. Was that properly assessed? Or you go to those documents to make a judgment on, oh gosh, they weren't even considered. Okay, fine. There's other things you can do about that. I'm getting a little bit long-winded here because it's a learning process for me. If we go down another one, another page, we got to something that was, how do you tie this whole thing together? And that's the timeline. And we came up with a list of things that are operations related. So visualize these things if you have a chart, a figure. Along the bottom is the year. On the y-axis, it might have leachate volume, leachate land apply, because for a number of years, the leachate that came out of the landfill was, they tried to put it back on the ground. That was an adequate method for many, many years, government approved. Then it gets sent to the city. So you start saying, well, you start framing that issue of whether or not that's important to you. I'm supposed to be, folks have talked about that a lot today. Landfill acres, you even get to that today in another committee. So we're starting to see overlap. County served, well, is it, 3, 4, 5, 20? You go down to the next one, solid waste permits, we've kind of talked about that. And then another band on this chart of topics versus years would be, you're not going to fit in the 40-word statements from the planning commission or the land use copy. But we, use some keywords like landfill starting 1974, zoning at that time, whatever it was. And then just track that together. And if you build the chart, maybe we can get something that everybody can say, yeah, now I understand this place. And that might be used on your communications group. For various, that timeline you needed for summary, for your summary document. And really now it's your time. I don't think there's any more pages here. Surprise me. I think that's the end. But you have you have options right now. You need to cut it short right now because you've been told where everything is. Or we can pull up the 140-page document and we can ask a question and we can see if we can answer it. But it might be best to just get you the document, and now that you know how to use it, you can kind of focus your questions. One thing I should say on cheating here, because the three of us couldn't keep track of all of these pages, we put in a super summary where we just have the blue document that started this whole thing. And to the left of it, we put in some cheat columns. One of them was keywords. So you can say, look down that and say, well, this is a land decision that refers to the power plant. And maybe I won't look at that one. That's a low priority. And that was another column we put in there was, we realized we were running out of time. So we did the Pareto type thing, high priority, low priority, medium priority. So you see some of those in there. And then the other stuff is just tracking. It's, whether I did anything, Mark Ager did anything, or Catherine Bisco did anything, and having we sent it to the county for comments and the rest of the RSI comments. That's what we've done in the last month.
Wow. That's my first answer. Let me do a little context then before we open up to discussion. Inga, can you go to the place where it's the first time over here where it says consensus, majority, minority? So I want to give a kind of a preview of how, oh, there's one. So, as Ed indicated, here's the summary of what happened in 1974 in this particular file number CP 74-01. Here, as I said, staff made comments on this work. Work group members, part of your homework back in the day was giving homework on all of these things. And that got copy and pasted there.
It got considered.
Excuse me?
It got considered by us as we went through.
Absolutely. So talked in and considered as they went on. And ultimately, before this subcommittee, well, the next step is Republic has not been part of this subcommittee. They've been part of the overall discussion, so there's been interaction, so everyone knows what's going on. But it made sense for a lot of reasons, not the least of which was there was a certain Republic attorney who decided to take a vacation during this period of time, and the appropriate punishment will be executed momentarily, trust me. And so the subcommittee had been meeting. It's now in a place, I believe, that it's gonna go to the county and to Republic and to look at all this work, right? And opine on it, okay? And then there'll be the usual consensus making, trying to, rough out edges and bring things together. But at the end of the subcommittee process, we're gonna do what we've been doing in the past is, note here, is there a consensus on whatever the ultimate statement here is at the bottom? Remember, consensus is everyone, every voting member of the work group, voting one, they fully support that recommended language as stated. They vote two is I can live with it, but I've, if you will, a friendly amendment to edit it or something to consider. And three is no way I oppose that statement or conclusion or the recommendation, whatever it may be. If everyone votes 1 and 2, you have a consensus. So at the subcommittee level, that will be noted that there was a consensus, okay? If there was anyone voting a 3, then it would, and say the 3s were in the minority on this particular one, it would say, person X, Y voted 3, and then have their names, so that the reader can see, and to the extent that's invaluable information to them. Those that voted in the majority will have their names put forward. And I suspect what will happen, let's say there's a recommendation here that just looks like this, it's not, but this looks like this paragraph here. The paragraph, if you will, that those that were in the minority will then be noted here. And so the readers then can say, oh, okay, well, I've read all this background information. Now I see persons 1, 3, and 9 voted yes, they like this one. And 2 people voted no, I don't like this one. And then here's what those people who voted a 3 would have preferred to have, they would have voted, in other words, a 1 or 2 on, had they gotten their way. So it's not that at the end of this subcommittee process, nor at the end of the work group process, that we're going to say, well, it looks like it was, we had 9 innings of baseball, and it looks like it's the bottom of the 9th, and games has ended, and team A won by 11 to 9, and therefore that's the right answer. Who voted the 11 is right. That's not what this has ever been about. What's going to be about is that you'll see who voted for, if you will, this option of the language, and then you'll see down here who voted for that option of the language. It's only when everyone is supportive, 1 and 2, that you have a consensus recommendation or statement. So that'll happen in the subcommittees. And then as these things sort of evolve through the process, you'll see a Gantt chart that shows how this is envisioned to go through and deliver the report in March. You will be able to do the same thing. I mean, it could be that there was a consensus in the subcommittee as to this language here, but you might say, are you kidding me? What were these people thinking? That I don't agree with that. That's silly. We think it should be this third option that we're going to create in real time. So that's how this evolves going forward. And the final thing I'll say for context, you'll start to see now, as indicated during the capacity subcommittee, these various bodies of work, the intersections between them coming together. And that may well give us an opportunity to look at how, at the intersection of these 5 topics. And that's probably going to be the richest discussion and ultimate, depending on what you want to do, recommendations for the board for consideration. So these are 2 good examples that you've seen. And then the communications subcommittee translates all this and helps us get out to the folks, what they need to hear, which is gonna be involving some kind of several deities coming together and trying to translate this, voluminous amounts of technical information together, but I'm confident you can do it.
Can I offer one caution?
Please.
Things change. Even with 3 people, you gotta go back to what Daniel and Inga pulled together. That's, like I said before, 1.5 gigabytes.
Of documents.
Of documents that the county offered up. It's really hard to read through those. Some of them are so old, you can't do that nice Adobe trick of find, everything pops out. So when, in our own group, when somebody, I don't know what motivated them to go to the next level of detail, you might find something that changes everybody's opinion. So this is not an end all, it's not maybe it needs a disclaimer, a legal disclaimer. It's not a legal document that is got everything, all the information, all the details. This is how far we got. We cite how far we got and what we used. But there may be other things in county records that if they pop out, would change everybody's opinion. So just treat it with caution.
But what it does do is bring together a lot of information that has been all over the place for a bunch of years together and goes like this to it and puts an organizational structure around it that at a minimum provides a guide or
A starting point, it'll help you through.
help you through it. And it does much more than that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a great resource for the folks that are going to be looking at this in the future, because they don't have to start with 1.5 or whatever it is, gigs of information and start to do it. So let me open it up for questions, comments, suggestions for improvement, next steps for the work group. Take it away, Brian.
Not to add more data to your document, but I know the landfill's been owned by many different entities over the years. Do you indicate who owned it in 1974? If we don't want to paint the picture, that the Republic wasn't around in 74, so it was a different entity then. Does that make sense?
That's what we need.
Yeah.
Other suggestions, comments, especially suggestions for improvement? What format that would help you better understand this and get value out of it, because it's coming, excuse me, it's coming to you, the work group, to be looking at all of this stuff. Yeah. Please.
So Ed, one of the things you and I talked a little bit about is where do you want to go with this? So like using the information from the past to figure out what should happen into the future. And as you noted, that there's so much voluminous, and I can't say that word.
Voluminous.
So much, thank you, so much information.
Yeah.
And then I think what might be helpful for the group is to continually remind yourselves where you want to go with it. What do you want to use it for?
And the goal is to just get a common understanding of what has happened at the site. That hasn't changed. We get these threads that you can almost go down rabbit holes. I think we're all aware of them, but we always need somebody to say, no, that's a rabbit hole. Some of these things might be nice to know, like what was the permit in supposed to be 78 or 79, but it's not going to change anything, so don't go there. It's just not worth the effort. And that kind of winnowing is going to have to go on as you stop the easy things, like the request for DEQ was, this is what we want, solid waste permits, blah, 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 blah. And in the caveat was, but tell us what you can do electronically first, which is hopefully a low level of effort. Then if there are specific things that Mr. Yeager's picked up on, or Ms. Bisco's picked up on, we'll say, oh, there's one from blank blank that we need. And a lot of that is to help with the compliance issue, to know what's available from BEQ, because there's a couple of statements in there from on the compliance side that we said, Jeff, you pointed those out, that and the county council has to relying on communications from BEQ to say that we're in compliance. Everything's good. But as outsiders, the three of us looked at, how does the county even know they're supposed to get this? How does BEQ know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do we know we're supposed to provide that? So I mean, if you.
I mean, you don't see the conditions.
Yeah.
From, okay, so that falls, I think everybody's nodding their head, they're saying, yeah, now that's a problem. So that's a
There's an
problem.
opportunity for some improved communication.
You got it. So that goes
between
in lessons learned, it goes as an observation, say, hey, folks, you know, somebody take a look at this. Because it's outside the scope of the commission.
Chuck. Just a question. If there's a condition that you want to search in there, does it have a query? For instance, somebody says there's been fires in the land dump. Is that a condition then that you can query on?
No, but because there was the document, you know, there was that the neighborhood tour. And there was the discussion at the schoolhouse. I don't know if you were there about the fire in 1999. There is a requirement in 1997 that there be an emergency water supply at the landfill. And the county response was, we don't know if that was done or not. Does it make any difference? No. So you're not going to scream at, you know, where's your emergency water supply? What it ended up happening is we put it in lessons learned as an observation. Hey, water was important. And by the way, in this neighborhood tour, there was a long discussion about a huge fire in 1999 that made national news and impacted, you know, I don't know how many counties around here. I wasn't here at the time, so.
Do you have an alibi?
I don't know. I didn't say that. But you know, the conversation went along, well, you know, if you have a fire now, you've got a much different forest fire risk. It just is not that far from McDonald Forest, Research Forest, and there's a bunch of other forests, privately owned, with timber. So maybe you should look at that, see what the wide plan is.
Thank you. Catherine with a C, because you're on this subcommittee, anything you would like to add? And then I'm going to call on Mark with an M to see what he wants to add.
Thank you, Sam, for that. And thank you, Ed, again, for doing the presentation. But, you know, just a nod to recognize Ed for the work that he's done. He's really driven a lot of the framework of this document. And just to reinforce several of the things that were said, which, you know, we understand that our charge is that conditions of approval and some of the tangentials that go with that, but what in fact we are finding, and you're seeing now in the references, and in particular those lessons learned and those observations and recommendations, is that there are nuggets that are referred to in these spaces that maybe didn't quite land in a specific condition of approval, but do bear consideration as we move forward. And so that has become a growing bit of this work. And I will also say to the point that I really don't think for all of the work that we're doing here, I don't know that we're finding an inordinate amount of conditions that were not necessarily met. we're probably more finding that there were places where oversight wasn't provided or wasn't given an opportunity. And there will definitely be some that were not met. But the body of this work is really, at the end of the day, it's going to be a extremely comprehensive review of what will amount to thousands of pages, I'm certain, of land use application, staff reports, reviews, county documentation, and it's going to be as diluted as we can get it. And so bear with us as we work through that process, but you're starting to see kind of where we're landing with that. I can't really quite see everybody who's talking. So the person that recommended that we add, who was in ownership of the landfill at the time, I think that's a great addition to the work that we're doing. And so definitely support that as well. And I think when we're looking at this now coming to finalization, to get to the county to review, and then Republic to have that opportunity to review this document this next week. So we'll see what number of pages we end up with and words that we end up with, but know that this is in fact quite a dilution of a whole lot of material that we're reviewing at this point. And hopefully we're going to get to that point where it's very succinct and it gives you the body of what you need in order to see whether or not we have met conditions and what recommendations this work group ultimately can make, either by consensus or minority and majority opinion.
Thank you, Catherine. Mark.
Well, thanks, Dan. I just also like to recognize Ed for not only all the work he's done in sort of guiding the subcommittee and the subgroup of the subcommittee, but also tonight putting together the presentation and the documents here. I don't have anything more to add at this point. I think both what Ed has said earlier and what Catherine has said, I don't have anything more to add. We do have a lot of work yet to do. As Catherine said, hopefully we're going to be able to get our part of it done, hopefully through the weekend. We've been having weekend meetings and things like that, trying to work our way through this and get it off to the county by next week sometime. So.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, subcommittee, for doing a great job. As I mentioned, there's one member who's been conspicuous by his absence from this subcommittee, spending his time in Europe. And so what he did to make, and this is my term, partial amends, is brought back. I know, we're having a subcommittee on the size of the box here. It seems to me to be inadequate on the surface. Some Lindt chocolates, 42 pieces. So you each get 2, and Millie will open that up and pass that around. All right, the next topic up, next topic up are the legal issues, and there's 2 parts to that. Legal issues and topics, land use review, and then what's called third attorney for subcommittee. So I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we have people with tight schedules, so I'm going to just have to do a little waltz around that and ask Jenny Lucker to come up and sit next to Ed or John there, whichever one you think has the most hair. And as a result, I'll jump to that particular issue. So the legal, as all these subcommittees, as you're starting to see, the goal has been and largely has been achieved to get representatives from the spectrum of interests that are in the community and sit at the table. The legal subcommittee, as far as quote unquote attorneys, has had Vance Crony, the county counsel, has had Jeff Condit representing Republic, has had Holly Doyle, who's in-house counsel at Republic in Phoenix. I sent you a letter from Ed Kleiman, I'm making this up like 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago or so. He declined to participate in the legal subcommittee, and he laid out his reasons for that. I have been in conversation with members of the work group an informal basis about wanting to have, if you will, the third leg of the stool there, so that there's representation from a broad spectrum as possible. That topic was brought up to the Board of Commissioners on Tuesday. They approved that concept and authorized to proceed with that communication. Over the course, and this is roughly accurate, I don't remember with immaculate specificity, over the last 6 to 8 weeks or so, I have been putting out my feelers or connections in the legal community to find individuals that would be interested in doing that. In the course of those conversations, some people candidly declined to participate, but they did not articulate the reasons similar to what Jeff Kleinman indicated. So in other words, they didn't say, I'm not participating because I would have sent the same letter as Jeff Kleinman did. They said, like, I'm too busy and I don't think this is a fit, what have you. I found 2 lawyers who did agree to do this. One is a woman named Carrie Richter, who's a lawyer in a firm in Portland, who agreed to do it. And she indicated that the next day that she did what we call, lawyers call a conflict check, to look in the firm's past clients to see if they represented anyone that may have similar interests. And she found out that one of her law partners had been representing Knife River in some merger and acquisitions. So frankly, I made the call, you can overrule it, that from, at a minimum, from an optics perspective, that didn't seem like to be the right fit for the situation. I also found through my various connections, Jenny, whose resume got sent out yesterday, who was mentioned by Vance in the presentation of the Board of Commissioners. And I thought that it's important that you all feel comfortable with the person who's going to sit in this role. And so I am, if you will, presenting her to you. You've seen her resume, and she'll introduce herself and her background. She will then be put under oath, and you can then cross-examine her without mercy. And she has a right to her own attorney if she wants one. If she can't afford one, will be appointed for. So without further ado, he said sarcastically, Jenny, please introduce yourself and welcome.
Maybe I should speak right now. I'm Jenny Lucker. I have lived in Corvallis area since 1995. First 8 years was out in the Lewisburg area by PD, and since 2003 we lived in town near Temple Hill. I have been a land use attorney in Oregon for about 35 years. In a variety of different positions. You've seen the resume. Was in private practice early on. I was a member of the Land Use Board of Appeals for 1 term. I decided I'd rather be on the trenches rather than reviewing decisions that have already been made. Most of my time has been as a hearings officer. As a hearing officer for the city of Eugene, the city of Portland. I've done the hearing officer work for Benton, the city of Kaiser, a couple other jurisdictions over the years. And for several years, I worked with the Department of Justice, implementing Measure 37. I was asked to come on, that was the land use property rights thing in 2005. I was asked to come on for 1 year to figure out what to do with it, and I ended up being there for 7 years trying to figure out what to do with it. After that, I was hearing out for the city, the Department of Energy, and went to work kind of overseeing their siting process for a few years. And the last few years, I've just been back at the city of Eugene doing hearing officer work. And that's all I'm doing right now. I'm self-employed on contract with the city of Eugene.
And Sam contacted me about a month ago and asked if I would be interested in doing this. If it is helpful, as a hearing officer, my obligation has been all along to be neutral and impartial in reviewing any land use application. The difference here would be I would not be looking at any factual issues rather than doing an independent, impartial assessment of the legal requirements. And that's how I would see my role, and as a completely impartial participant.
So a couple of clarifications in the agenda, I used the term third attorney. And I want to clarify that was misguided use of the term attorney. Not that there's a guided use of the word attorney, but it meant literally that a third person who is a lawyer to join the legal subcommittee, because we already have, if you will, 2 attorneys present. So I want to make Christine in its clarity that she is not a lawyer representing the interests of any of the parties at the table. It is that neutral, impartial. I also have analogized it to, is like the law professor coming in who has no dog in the fight, who is saying, oh, well, this is an interesting issue in the law. Let me explore it. Let me look at it. Let me provide my opinion on it as part of the recommendations. So the goal is to have that, 3 legs of the stool kind of perspective. Any questions about her background? Any questions as to see for her role or recommendations in her role? Maybe caveats or advice. Jenny, thank you. Whatever you do, please don't do this. Not meaning rule on an issue, but
Don't take this on.
pardon me? Yeah, that's okay. Jenny, apparently I didn't prep you enough for this meeting. I do the jokes during the meeting. Not you. We've been over this. All right. Any other questions, comments? Yeah, John.
And it's pro bono.
No. So she's getting paid.
Okay.
That payment is going, oh, thank you for reminding me. I would have forgotten. I volunteered to have Jenny be a subcontractor to me for the objectivity, neutrality, facilitator role, and have her payment be paid out of my budget or whatever it's called, allocated funds, what have you. So that's how that works.
Catherine has that hand up on Zoom.
Catherine with a C.
Thank you, Sam. I just, Ms. Lucker, I want to first thank you for considering serving in this space, and glad to see the kind of resume that you bring to the table. I appreciate that you clarified your role as a hearing officer, which is not typical for all of our cities, depending on the size of our cities. And so that was a helpful clarification. I'm just curious, not at all that I have any hesitation about your ability to navigate supporting this group, but I'm curious if you have any specific landfill experience, whether you were on LUBA or working for a city at any given time, that you might share with us.
I don't recall any. Well, I want to make sure that I'm pretty sure that there were no landfill issues that came before us, but that was quite a while ago, and I certainly could have forgotten that. And City of Eugene, I've had some really gnarly issues, but I don't think I've had any landfill issues. There was the Wildish construction, and they had something that was tangentially related to a land use thing back in like 2001, 2003, but no.
Great, thank you for answering that question, and welcome aboard if you decide to join us fully. I can't quite hear all the details, Sam. It's still a little hard to hear from our perspective, but thank you for joining us and considering.
Sorry, it's those owls, are causing problems. So I guess I'll call the question, and because this is a formal activity, you have your 1, 2, 3 cards in front of you. I'm only asking for the voting members first, for the voting members to opine as to what, you know. And so the question is, do you accept Virginia or Jenny as a subcontractor to me to be the advisor, hearings officer, independent, impartial, law professor, not representing any particular interest as the person. So are you ready to take, okay? So Louisa, 1, Catherine with a K, 1, Sean, 2, Ed, 1, John, 1, Mary, 1, Liz, 1. Now, just so we have complete, the ex officio members, if you can put up, so if your voting members, take down your card, so you don't confuse one. Oh, and then we got to get Catherine, the C is voting a 1.
And it's Chuck, I think.
Chuck,
Pardon
did you vote it? Did I miss you?
me? Yeah, duck green.
Duck green. Says a vote. We're not counting Chuck's vote. Green. All right, now ex officio members for the record. We have Reddick, 1. Sean, 1. Shane, 1. Brian, 1. Brian M, 1. And Brian F, 1. Congratulations. Welcome to the team. You get an extra chocolate as the retainer, as your retainer for your fees. All right, thank you very much, everyone, and did you have something there? Ginger, are you on the call still?
She is.
And she's an alternate for Russ?
Yes.
Ginger, I need your vote on this.
She put it in the chat.
2.
Ginger Ruff, 2. Okay. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Thank you. And Jenny's got to go to a pre-scheduled event. Thank you. All right, next up is topic A3, legal issues, and topic B1, land use review. So who is going to be the spokesperson for that? As usual, Elizabeth, AKA Liz Irish. Take it away.
Thanks. Well, there was one person present that was on vacation, so I got no, just kidding. I'm just gonna write that. Okay, so I did, do you want to slide?
Do you want to come up here? Or do you want to do this?
No. I just want to make sure to get a slide. It's nothing elaborate. I just try to be as brief as possible because I'm going to read. Since this is a legal subcommittee, I'm just going to read. I'm going to try not to improvise, although there will be starting with remarks occasionally. So, this for me is the best subcommittee. I listen a lot, and there's a lot to be learned. So, you can all be jealous. That's what it is. Okay, so I have this slide too. And then this is who has been participating. Holly has been there. I wasn't sure if she was an official member of the subcommittee. I guess she is now, right? But Holly has also been present on that. And Sam occasionally graces us with his presence. And then the next slide, please. So I try to tackle the biggest, most obvious issues that come up the most if I hear from the public, which is rare, by the way. The common comment is, why do we have to take trash from everybody else? And I feel like we just keep, going down that road. So I wanted to just come out the gate again, because I still get this. We cannot regulate who brings trash to the landfill. And so the Commerce Clause, again, explicitly gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among several states and Indian tribes. Implicit in this grant of authority is the prohibition on states and local governments against passage of legislation which discriminates or burdens interstate commerce. This is referred to as the Dormant Commerce Clause. The Dormant Commerce Clause has the basis of a decision of the United States Supreme Court in which it ruled unconstitutional Michigan law barring out-of-state solid waste from being deposited in landfills located in Michigan counties. Why is it called a regional landfill? Well, that comes back to the ORS, and it was enacted in 1987. At this time, it limited 75,000 tons of threshold to solid waste received from commercial haulers. In 1993, the definition of regional disposal site was amended to remove the reference to commercial haulers and has remained substantively unchanged since that time. Going to the next slide.
Do you have citations for those?
All of these are, I'll work on those and I'll get those all for you, but all of them are either from the master document that we have in the subcommittee. All of them are all within the documents. Just like your committee, we have a huge amount of them, but I
Because
will.
it is in conflict with what we're trying.
I think there are two different definitions. One's the state and then one was the county or the local definition.
Okay, and that's what we need to flesh out.
So what exactly do we need to flesh out? Can you articulate
What
that?
the source is of what you said it was regional.
The ORS, it's the ORS 459.005.
But I think in one of Ed's documents from the 70s, there was a Chemeketa regional designation. I don't think that was something done at the state level or on the state definition.
No, it was done, this is what the county board said we would draw from, we don't know that the landfills would draw from.
So our decision is from 1987, which is after your decision that you're referring to, correct?
I don't know how they conflict.
No, I guess I'm just asking.
They may not conflict, they may coexist together.
Form.
Uh-huh.
So we were always looking for what superseded that.
Do you want to jump in here, Jeff?
Well, the Supreme Court decision was, I believe, in 1987. So that is subsequent to the county's decision to find the regional landfill in the 1977 decision, foreign decision. So the Supreme Court decision basically said you can't do that kind of restriction anymore. So the effect would be to invalidate, essentially make that restriction.
Okay. And that's really important because I believe there are some folks in the county that would feel that there were unkept promises that keeps coming up. But you say the county made a promise in one way, and then 87, it changed to something else. And that stringing of the timeline together is important.
And just one point I'd emphasize, which is similar to what you're saying, is the law changes over time.
Yep.
So DEQ regulations have changed substantially over time. The county's land use regulations have stayed pretty much the same since 1983. But, obviously there are court decisions and the Supreme Court decisions happen that affect those minor decisions. And it's just important to keep that in mind that, you can't have a binding promise that the law changes 10 years later that makes that promise enforceable. So that's really the situation with that 1974 definition of what the waste should be.
So what I'm going to suggest, just because of the constraints of time, is that Liz give you the sort of overall run through the document. Then we'll take questions and comments, and know that the first good initiatives of the subcommittees meeting together came with the CUP group and the legal committee. And there are several issues that are still up in the air, and we're going to have, after the first of the year, one or two joint CUP legal subcommittees to work these out in detail. because having participated in some portions of both the CUP and the legal, this is pretty detailed stuff. And we're still in the teen and up stage. So this is a sample of what the legal subcommittee has come to so far. And of course, Jenny's going to be entering it. But I think it's best that we give you uninterrupted period
To read, okay.
to go through it.
We're going to talk about interpreting code provisions in ambiguous terms. This was a staff memo. I have referenced this from October 5th. Provisions that derive not from state statute or rule, but are developed and adopted by a local jurisdiction may be interpreted by the local jurisdiction. They're granted deference so long as the interpretation is plausible. An example would be Benton County's conditional use criteria, which serve as an additional criteria to exclusive farm use. If a term is not defined in the code or is not otherwise a term of art, the courts in Oregon apply a plain, ordinary meaning rule, where they then turn to the dictionary. Context is important and includes provisions in the same code section and within regulatory schemes. Legislative intent is determined by reviewing the evidence of the intent of the legislative body, in this case, the Benton County Board of Commissioners, at the time of enactment. Within the above framework, the government's body interpretation of the code is entitled to some deference. I have some case law that states, am I saying Sephorin? Am I saying that right? Sephorin? I guess I should, because we've been dealing with this. Sephorin versus the city of Medford stands for the proposition that a code interpretation of the governing body as a legislative body that enact the code in the first place is entitled to deference as long as it is plausible interpretation of an ambiguous provision, but the provision has to be ambiguous. Deference can't be used to amend a code in the guise of an interpretation. Central Eastside Indus versus Council versus City of Portland, Sephorum deference only applies to interpretations by the governing body, the Board of Commissioners, and not to interpretations of other county decision makers, such as staff, planning commission, or the solid waste advisory team. The work group may choose to make a recommendation regarding the interpretation of a particular provision in the Benton County Development Code. Such as recommendations would not be binding on the planning commission or the Board of Commissioners, but could be part of their consideration of a proposal land use action. This is also summarized on page 40 of the master document for you. Franchise agreement terms and carryover. Past franchise agreements are no longer relevant to current franchise agreements. All new agreements are all new. There are no conditions carried over from previous agreements. Simple. Pretty straightforward. We think anyway. CUP approvals and conditions and what carries over. This is page 12 of the master document. What legally can and cannot be conditions of any land use approval. The existing landfill and expansion area are located on property specifically designated for landfill site on a comprehensive plan and zoning maps. The expansion requires CUP approval by the county under criteria that focuses on negative off-site impacts. The applicant is required to demonstrate that the expansion does not seriously interfere with the use of adjacent property, with the character of the area, or with the purpose of the zone. And B, does not impose an undue burden on public improvements or services available to the area. The county has authority to impose conditions of approval to ensure compliance with these criteria, but does not have the authority to impose conditions unrelated to the criteria. And I have an attachment that I can include that will provide further detail and interpretation on that. The county only has jurisdiction under the CUP over the proposed expansion as requested in the application. Exiting and past operations are not within the county's jurisdiction. Prior decisions are final and cannot be revisited or collaterally attacked as part of the CUP application or the expansion. Any further applications would have to be judged under the standards and criteria in effect at the time of the application. Unless the later land use approval expressly addresses whether the prior approval conditions continue or cease to be applicable, these issues will be subject to interpretation by the local government. LUBA will uphold the local government's interpretation of approval conditions unless the local government has improperly construed the applicable law. The county does consider and incorporate DEQ's permitting into the conditions of the approval. Typically, conditions of approval will include the requirement that the applicant obtain and maintain relevant and required approvals and or permits from other regulatory agencies, example DEQ, DSL, or ODOT. The condition recognize the outside agency's jurisdictions over the issues and links the lawful status of Benton County's permit to the application compliance with the agency's rules and regulations. If the applicant later violates or is unable to meet the agency's regulations, that failure would constitute a violation of a condition of Benton County's approval. Preempting local government authority to adopt regulations or impose conditions that conflict with DEQ's regulations. This is part of the master agreement as well. We had a future suggestion for conditions of the CUP. We think the best practice is to clearly state in a land use decision which of any prior approval conditions carry over with new approval of CUP. So when they're doing the approval, we're specifically stating what can be carried over, what should be carried over, or what isn't being carried over. This committee thinks there should be a memo on this topic for best practices going forward. Who will be responsible for the landfill if it's closed? DEQ regulations require upfront and ongoing financial assurance to cover the cost of closure, post-closure obligations, as well as cost of corrective actions. They'll also require the owner to provide a financial assurance plan, and the plan must be updated annually. Valley Landfill Inc.'s current financial assurance plan is available as public record and attached to the memo prepared for the work group, which is our little committee, and we'll share that with you. If the owner operator fails to provide the required financial assurance or fails to satisfy his closure, post-closure obligation, then Oregon law permits liability for these obligations to extend to persons, entities, and legal authority to control the site. Who's responsible for monitoring conditions? Currently, the county does not have the ability to fund or enforce the noise levels specifically. And there is DEQ regulation, but it was defunded in 1991, so there's no current oversight of noise at this time. The required reporting is the environmental services industry is one of the most regulated in the United States, and Coffin Butte Landfill works cooperatively with all of its regulatory partners, whether they be federal, state, local, or county. The following is a summary of Coffin Butte's partnerships and inspections. So this is just a few of them, and we have a working document that you can go through and see where they all fall in, but I'm going to hit on a few. Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ solid waste permit includes semi-annual inspection, semi-annual groundwater monitoring, usually in April and October. Results are submitted in an annual report every month to DEQ. DEQ Title V air permit, biannual inspections. Coffin Butte also utilizes third-party technology to monitor landfill gas twice monthly. Results are reviewed in real time and submitted to the DEQ twice a year. In addition, Coffin Butte submits monthly and semi-annual reports to DEQ on well readings, flare readings, and other routine operations. DEQ stormwater permit. Coffin Butte staff perform weekly and monthly visual inspections of the stormwater and related infrastructure. Stormwater monitoring, taking samples and sending them to third-party laboratories for analysis. This is conducted 4 times a year during rainy season and reported to DEQ quarterly. DEQ also conducts its own inspections every 5 years or so. City of Corvallis wastewater disposal permit, subject to annual inspection as well as weekly monitoring and monthly reporting to the city. City of Salem wastewater disposal permit, subject to semi-annual inspections as well as semi-annual monitoring to the city and reporting to the city. Conditional use considerations. If a use is allowed, it has already been determined to be compatible with current zoning. I kind of took this out of context. I apologize. Greg, the basic basis was if a landfill is, if we have a landfill, it's already deemed appropriate for that zoning.
Yeah, this discussion came up around the question of what is a conditional use in a given zone. And from a legal perspective, a conditional use is a use that is allowed in a zone as long as it meets certain criteria. And so there's an underlying determination inherent in that status of the conditional use that the land use can be consistent with the zoning and is compatible as long as it's certain criteria. So it's kind of a semantic difference, but it's an important consideration in how we view conditional uses versus uses that are simply not allowed in a zone. So in the forest conservation zone, a conditional use permit can be obtained for landfill activity. You can't obtain a conditional use permit for a subdivision, of course. So because that's inherently incomplete. So it's a way of understanding the role of conditional uses within it.
Yeah, and sorry, I didn't explain that further in through the record, but.
Yeah, let me just pause here and say, this is an issue for which there is not yet consensus between the CUP sub and the legal sub. And that's an example of one of the things we'll bring together in early January to have these joint subcommittee meetings to reconcile. And hopefully get a consensus, and if not, you'll get, here's what these folks say, here's what these folks say. Here's the information, here's the reasoning, you judge for yourself. We're not making a legally binding, take it to the bank, take it to the US Supreme Court, kind of a determination that X is true and not X is false. That's not what this is gonna happen. That's not what's gonna happen, but you get the information.
And there's one last slide that we wanted
Oh,
to,
sorry.
that's okay, that we wanted to add of things that we were working on. And like so many of the other groups, there's a lot of information to cover, so we're still covering them, but this is where we've made it so far. So that's the end.
Well, again, thank you, A, for delivering it, and B, for all the subcommittee members for doing it. So the suggested format for work group discussion here is, first, questions for clarification. Secondly, are there conclusions that you heard, or draft conclusions, probably is the best way to say it. You heard that you're saying, oh my goodness, take me now, this can't be true. And then third category of, are there topics that you've always had as matters of interest to you that you're hoping that they will cover before the subcommittee work is done? So let's first take questions for clarification. Just, you just want to hear a little bit more about it. You're not debating it. Any questions for clarification? Chuck, do you?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. If I'm quoting it, you said Valley Landfill Inc. covers post closures with their financials. So what is the relationship between Valley Inc. and Republic with perils?
I think I can answer this one, Jeff, but Republic owns Valley Inc. Is it that simple?
Sometimes.
He said yes, the attorney said yes.
Okay.
That's who I was, that's why I was like, I think I can answer this one, I was just double checking.
Valley Landfill is over to services, and there's a lot of layers of ownership there, and but that's the problem. Yeah, so in that relationship, subservient to Valley. Well, Republic is under control. Okay. It's a Valley Landfill is a subsidiary. Okay, all right. So even though that Valley Landfill has a peril, that's the reason we're posting the financials for any perils under that situation. Is that correct? Repeat that question. On the post closures up there, it said that Valley Landfill Inc. financials covered perils, if I understood it correctly. You know, I can answer that question right off the bat. I think ultimately the public services is responsible. But one of the reasons you have a subsidiary corporation is so that that person is directly operating, is directly responsible. But ultimately, public services is.
So just for clarity, and you don't have to answer it, but I want to clarify the question. So my recollection is from the assessment, was then and is now a concern that Valley Landfill will go out of business, landfill will close, Valley Landfill will go out of business. And then if something, heaven forbid, happens and Benton County goes after Valley Landfill, poof, it's gone. Therefore, those assurances were, you know, and I'm not trying to be pejorative, but like the corporate shell game. Oh, corporation's gone, you know, where's the money? Show me the money. That's what I think I heard in the assessments was one of the concerns. So you don't have to answer it now, but I want to just clarify, that's the issue. Chuck, is that a fair statement of what you've heard as the issue?
Correct, when a dominoes fall, if you will, who's holding the peril, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And this Benton County have been bonded, I guess, really what it boils down to.
Right, so I'll have Brian, then Louisa.
So as part of the DEQ permit, they're required to provide what we call financial assurance, that way, in the event that they disappear, there's funds available to the state of Oregon to go in and close the landfill and maintain, you know, post-closure care for the next 30 years.
Security bonds.
It's a security bond, cash in the bank, corporate guarantee. There's a number of different mechanisms allowed for under law that they can choose from.
Louisa.
This is like different. But, okay, so you said that the applicant, so that's, if we're talking about, you're talking about the CUP, the applicant has to, or I don't know if I'm saying the right words, so prove that they are, have the conditions that they need to have for the application, right? Is that what we're saying? I'm not sure. Well, so if someone puts in a application, they have to prove that they qualify for the conditions. Right, so then, which is, I mean, I can be actually really long things from but so during the CUP process in the past, they put in the application and the county said no. So if and when this happens again, does the county have to prove or show that they, you know?
So here's, I believe, the issue. It's in legal language, it's called who has the burden of proof? Who has to carry the evidence and apply the law to the evidence to establish that, hey, I want to be able to do X and nothing else. And then the county could come back and say, we'll consider allowing you to do X, but you have to do these 10 things in order to do it. And then the staff does, and then it can go to the planning commission and the board. So someone who actually knows what they're talking about versus me should answer that, who has to prove what to whom, at what level of efficacy.
Yeah, the applicant always has the burden of demonstrating compliance with the applicable criteria. And one of the ways they can comply with the applicable criteria is by imposing condition. So, so that's sort of the two-step process, and it's a substantial evidence standard. It's not like beyond reasonable doubt or clear and convincing. And what a substantial evidence is an evidence a reasonable person would believe based upon all the evidence in the record, both the conflicting evidence and the evidence in favor. So, and that is ultimately, that decision-making process is ultimately the burden of the county. So planning commission in the first instance, board of commissioners on appeal to make that determination about whether the applicant has carried its burden of proof of demonstrating compliance with the applicable criteria. And that's how it's reviewed on appeal.
Well, so last time they said no, so if this happened again. Oh, it's because I was reading and it sounds like Republic Service said, well, we did do what we have this study or we have this showing that we're doing it right. So then if that, so what happens in that situation again? If they, does the county have to say, well, we want you to, yeah, you know, I guess I'm not a lawyer, I apologize.
Pass the application.
How do we get past that?
The past application, the planning commission found that the Republic had not carried its burden of proof on a couple of criteria. We disagreed with that, we appealed, but then we withdrew that appeal
Right.
rather than go to a decision, so we go through this process. So if and when Republic files a new application, then that application will be judged based upon the content of that application and the information that's submitted at the time. So it's basically a whole new process. And the facts of that case will be very different than the facts of the prior CUP based upon the nature of the CUP that's already filed.
I mean, I realize that's what we're trying to prepare for, but I just.
Great.
Like, I'm ready to know how we're.
You're what?
I'm ready to know how we're figuring this out.
Okay, the answer is not, number 9. Option 9. Brian.
Yeah, I might be jumping ahead to number 3, Stan, but I mean, I think I don't know if it's part of the legal or the CUP group, but you know, there's a condition like, well, they must be in compliance with DEQ permits. I think it would be good for the public to know, like, well, what happens if they're not? I mean, does the land use go away? Do they have to stop taking waste? Is there an opportunity for them to return to compliance? So maybe trying to get a little clarity on that. And then if you could point me to, you rattled off a bunch of DEQ permits and requirements. And I'd just like to take, I don't know where that is, I'm sorry.
We will see who's doing this, who's doing the lead. Greg, can you set, okay, he's got it. Thank you, Liz. So just, you know, all the background information here, if you go to the BCTT website, you go down below the meetings, it has the 5 subcommittees, you go to the legal subcommittee, you'll see the documents. That this was like a PowerPoint, you know, 30,000 foot level. You'll see in much more detail all of this stuff. Chuck, and then we got to move on to no problem. All right, again, legal subcommittee members, thank you, and we'll meet after the first of the year and go forward. So I appreciate the conversation and I appreciate our schedule. So let's see what we can do to bring this to. Next up is the SMMP, Sustainable Materials Management Plan, and who is going to? John, congratulations.
But I have a proposal. If
propose away.
After our time, we have made progress. We had a good meeting Monday. There's 2 parts of our report that are substantially new, and we would like input from everyone on. And I think that I can point out where they are, and is helping me, and just cite a few examples. And then homework over Christmas is
humbug, John.
Oh, well, then you're gonna have to hear me now.
Oh, okay, you make a good argument.
I don't care. I mean,
No, go with your
I'm gonna
plan.
fall asleep, but no.
Go with your plan.
All right. So first of all, we did two sections that I'm gonna get to and just really briefly describe them. So one was qualities of a successful applicant. So we spent some time talking about what would a good applicant look like? What would qualify them to do the work we're looking to have done? And this is brainstorm, and you're gonna see redundancy in this. This is not finished, but for example, conversant in the design and implementation of alternative waste technologies, being able to evaluate their suitability for use in Benton County and be able to map out rough timelines to their deployment. So different qualities, different things. Obviously, we want applicants with experience in waste technologies and a variety of things. There's a lot in landfill management also in there, but I think, again, in its essence of time, this would be one section. This is page 3 of this report. Page 12 is another way we made the table of contents come to life in a different way. So now you're seeing this whole table of contents. I could have read all of this to you tonight. Daniel said, read all of this. I said, no.
Did he say anything about an interpretive dance? Presentation?
No, so this part is where we're asking questions of, these kind of can refer to the different parts of the table of contents, but these are things we want this subsequently the consultant's report to answer. And again, this is going to have some redundancy. Here's one example is how does current waste management practices in Benton County, practices, policies, costs, serve the public of Benton County is it equitable? Is it livable? Is it, what kind of quality is it? And what are the costs and impacts of that system? That kind of a question is really important, not just for deciding how we're going to create a new system if we're going to, but also in light of the changes coming down with the new laws, which came up earlier tonight, modernization, which is also mentioned in one of the questions. So, we want them to answer a whole bunch of questions about the landfill. A lot of these questions relate to things we were talking about earlier tonight. And so again, I think it would be more useful in the time, just to have you look at this as subcommittees, maybe make it part of your next subcommittee meeting and just say, what questions, is our questions covered here? Or do we want to make this question sound a little different or, work a little differently? Does that make sense?
It makes great sense. And again, this is how the pieces of the puzzle are coming together again. So as we heard in the capacity subcommittee, that third scenario that they're playing out includes many of the topics and questions that you are asking the successful SMMP candidate, be it a firm, person, a bunch of people, what have you, to come back in a process to work with the broader community and get the best information available out there and include it and formed as the basis for making the future differences. So we can deal with not just the period of time within which Coffin Butte is open, but for what happens during the transition, what happens after that, what happens down the road. And this is a great example of the topics crossing over, which is perfect for what we need to do. There are also, as John said earlier, making recommendations on who would be the ideal successful bidder. So, in the course, you heard someone say that, I think it was Darren said, we're going to send out an RFP, and we got RFPs. Remember a couple of meetings ago, we had some dudes or dudettes from the various counties. One was from Bend, where they did a successful one that people thought was pretty good. So we actually got their RFP, And he was kind enough to say, with the benefit of 2020 hindsight, here's how we would have done this, having done the RFP, got the candidate, finished the plan. Here's how we would do the RFP better next time, having learned from those lessons. So that's part of what the subcommittee is working on too, and well on the way to getting us together on that. Questions, comments, suggestions for improvements? Ed.
Question is, I'm trying to put this plan in perspective to everything that happens in the county. Are you excluding the impact of the landfill and its materials management?
No, it's in there. It's
It's not just the stuff that comes from the county going to the landfill. It's everything that
Right,
comes from the landfill.
right. Well, yeah, I mean, I think it takes into account all the questions about the life of the landfill, and the options and expectations and opportunities after it's closed.
Do you get into, that's good, does it get into the environmental impact of whatever we're doing?
Absolutely. Yeah, if you look through the table of contents, we're trying to organize it. And that was the other activity we've spent time and we've gone through topic by topic. And not only got those questions, but we also put more meat into some of those topics and subtopics.
So you get things like trucks and emissions from trucks.
Yeah, that could be there. Again,
I just don't know how
well,
we can get.
so we put environmental impacts, you know, we don't get into the weeds because then it's almost like we're writing a report. You know, and we're not writing a report.
Do you mind if I speak to this?
Absolutely.
So there's like two angles from an environmental impact perspective. So the sustainable materials management piece of this evaluates the full life cycle impacts of materials from start to finish, including impacts associated with things like trucking that material from point A to point B. So there's two aspects. One is all the life cycle of all the materials that the county interacts with. And then there's another piece is all the life cycle impacts of materials that are associated with the landfill. So you're seeing it from two different angles, but you're capturing all of those emissions and other potential environmental impacts associated with that material.
Do you get into the emissions from the landfill?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And one thing, we're looking at cost benefit also, or we're asking the proposers to talk about cost benefit of different options. Including, you know, how our economy moves towards circularity. And how materials are designed, produced, and distributed and used and disposed. How is that going to impact? You know, so we are somewhat asking the proposers to be good at crystal balling this whole thing moving forward.
Any other questions, comments, or suggestions for the SMMP subcommittee folks? How many of you are in a coma right now? 1, 2, or 3?
If I didn't talk, I would have been.
We would have been, yeah. We have paddles out there for you, John. All right, let me land the plane here real quickly in the 6 minutes, approximately 6 minutes we have left. The next item, which we're not going to go through because you wouldn't be able to review it on the screen, but Angle will show the picture so that we see this Gantt chart. And there is a Gantt chart version and there is a calendar version of the next steps between tonight and when we deliver the final report and present it to the Board of Commissioners. And it's very detailed. You can review that and look at it. It is subject to change because this is a moving target as the subcommittees meet and come together and go back and do all this, get it to you, this iterative process. One of the relevant part for the moment is very consistent with what John said. No later than Monday, you will receive a very, very simple survey from Millie and me that is basically saying, all right, here's where you can find each of these 5 subcommittee reports. They are laid out, as clearly as can be. The question is going to be then something like this. Please list for each of the 5 subcommittee reports. First, go through, this will all be written out too. Go through and are there any emerging conclusions or findings of fact that you find highly problematic? As you're trying to identify the hot spots, okay? It'll also give you an opportunity to say, now having had a chance to kind of scan what the subs have been able to do so far, any missing topics? Is there a nuance, an angle, a topic, a subject that you think, boy, I hope the subcommittees consider A, B, C, whatever your list will be. And there, do you remember the date that's due?
Up there.
It's up there. I have to read that now. Okay.
Somewhere.
All right, I'm sorry, can you go to the top and stop right there, please? So this is gonna go out on the 19th. And because John suggested that you have homework over the next 2 weeks, not me. It's gonna be due on January 3rd. Okay, but it's gonna be, we are not asking you to do, and this will be clear in the instructions, a deep dive, last call, check for hanging, and participles and split infinitives and colons versus semicolons and spelling errors. It's just at the high level. Do you see anything here that's making it, wince? And are there topics that you would like to see or that you're not finding? So it's kind of the last call on identifying topics, which will then go to rolled up, because Millie doesn't get that time off either, mostly again because of John's requirement that we do this. And that report, that will go out to you guys and gals and people and children of all ages on the 4th, along with the then existing draft, bringing together all of this work. And that's where the rest of that Gantt chart falls into play. As Millie and I wrote this up, and as you will read it, you will find that the transition between life and death is effortless. When you follow this Gantt chart, you could slip right into a coma and not even realize that you're in a coma as you're trying to go out through it. But that's why we put it in the calendar form too. Finally, please consider taking, 4 minutes, 5 minutes and filling out the meeting evaluation, because we're now moving into that last segment of the process where we're bringing this all together and going forward. And please go forth, have a wonderful holiday season, enjoy the limited time John gave you off, and have fun with your family. Happy New Year, yabba dabba doo, thank you.